Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second leg of Ice Planet Barbarian Sprints. If you have just arrived here and you have no idea what we're talking about, well, originally the first 6 hours were on Brittany's channel. That's linked below. Brittany, her channel is also linked below in general. So if you have no idea who she is, which you really should because she's been on my channel before, this is Brittany.
Hello.
Yes, she does vlogging, as well as a bunch of other challenges, readathons. She has her own TBR game. So yeah, if you have no idea who she is, there are many reasons for why you should. But today, we just finished book 8 in Ice Planet Barbarians, which was Barbarians Taming, and we are going to be here for another 6 hours, or however long it takes us really just to finish this book. And the 9th book is Barbarian's Heart. We're very nervous about this one because it seems as if it's going to be a little emotional. We mostly don't give any type of major spoilers. We try to be really aware of it. We are really far into the series, though. So sometimes, things that we'll mention, if you're starting at book 1, by the time you get to this book, you probably won't remember anyway. But we try not to drop names, unless it's the couple we're talking about. So, did you have anything to add, Brittany?
No, I'm so excited to dive into this, but I'm scared. I'm excited, but I'm also terrified. So
yeah,
because a lot just happened. We've been through a journey already today.
Yeah, we already got a little bit of emotional kind of events happening in last book, and now I think this is going to be the most emotional one we've had in the series so far, which again, neither you or I ever expected that. When we started this series, we didn't think it was going to be emotional. We didn't think that we were going to be invested in this way. So yeah, it's kind of crazy how that works.
Ruby did a really good job at that, and I'm glad that we're seeing some movement because if we didn't, I think since the series is so long, you needed to do something, which I don't know if you read the author's note at the end of the last book, but that was basically what Ruby Dixon said in the author's note was, she felt like she was just playing it too safe in the world and felt like we needed to kind of make the stakes a little bit higher.
Yeah.
And I definitely saw that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Especially because if I'm thinking about it, book 6 and 7, was that was Josie and then Lila? And both of those books, while they were interesting, they still were kind of slow. They still kind of were it did seem weird. That was a weird kind of stunt in the series. And now things are getting crazier again, which you and I prefer. So yeah, that's really interesting. We did have a bunch of people join. Also, just to because I realized this as I was doing this, I've reached 400 subscribers, which is so exciting.
Congratulations!
Yeah, thank you so much.
That's
so thanks
exciting.
everybody. It's really it just surprised me. I haven't really been making content as regularly recently. So thank you for still subscribing. For some of you who are newer, even though I wasn't making new content, I appreciate it. So yeah, celebrate.
That is so exciting. You so deserved and deserve to have so many more because amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's just honestly, it's been so fun. BookTube has been so lovely in general. So every kind of new friend I make, I'm very happy about it. Thank you, Kay, for reminding people to like the video. And also, go back to Brittany's video if you didn't like that one. Make sure you like it, and then you can come back to us again because we want to make sure that's done. Hello, Amanda. Hello, Amanda. I know you haven't been feeling well, but yeah, thank you so much for also reminding everyone to like and subscribe to us. That's so nice of you guys. Thank you so much. I feel a bit like a frog sprint hopping around. I know. And that's been the season, hasn't it? We keep doing various events, whether it's 24-hour sprints or these where it's spreading the love across the channels. Yeah.
It's definitely the way to do long sprints because long sprints on your own channel, just one place, that's tiring. It's much more fun to move around.
Yeah, it's exhausting. It's socially exhausting, as if you're hosting a party. You're genuinely hosting a party, and then once the guests go home, you're just exhausted. Yeah, exactly.
It's true.
Also, don't forget to hydrate. Yes, everybody make sure you're hydrating, especially because, again, if a lot of you have come over from Brittany's, we've been doing this for 6 hours already. Make sure that you are replenishing your body because it's already been a long day. Hello, Neva. Welcome to the party. About to go into this wedding, but wanted to say hey and I love you and miss you, friends. We miss you too. And I saw your Instagram. You are looking amazing in
I
that
know, right?
dress. Yes. So you enjoy that wedding. We'll be reading Lightning Thief, but helping my sister plan her baby's first birthday party in 3 weeks. That's so fun. I feel like even if the child's like 1 years old, like the parents, you can all have fun. The baby might not really remember what's going on, but it's a great opportunity to just like come together and enjoy it. So very nice. Kayla Books and Lala uploaded a cozy mystery reading vlog. I'm giddy and with excitement. I know what I'm doing in the first sprint. Yes, we support this row. Especially because I feel like cozy mysteries can be a great genre to get into in the fall. Because if you're into like the kind of spooky cozy too, there's usually a lot of witchy cozies out there. So yeah, that's awesome. And again, Ro's been with us for a while, so we support the idea of taking a break from reading. If the first sprint you just want to watch something or do whatever, like that's probably a good idea.
I'm pretty sure Ro's been here for the whole 6 hours.
Yeah, me too. I was like, I feel like Ro's been here since the beginning because we mentioned also the manga I started. So yeah. Hello, Bree. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, that's right. You did give us your 4.5-star rating for that other book. I was going to say, I was like, couldn't remember. Going to set up my lights in the chatty bit so I can film. Lovely. We wish you luck. Hopefully you can get it all done in one take. Just no mess ups. Just get it done in one time. My favorite, I will be doing homework. Lovely. Yeah, The Lightning Thief. I feel like Lexi's been doing that as a reread as well. So yeah, that makes sense. A nice kind of nostalgia choice. Good luck with your homework. Woohoo, congrats. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks everybody for the congratulations. That's so nice of you all. Like genuinely, I just appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. We also have Kaylan with us. Hello, welcome, welcome. What are you reading? Oh, looks like today will be study sprints.
There.
Totally fine. I know the like academic year in the Northern Hemisphere started for all of us, whether you're like in high school or college or anywhere else in the kind of academic area. So yeah, best of luck, everybody.
Productivity sprints. We're here for it.
Exactly. A lot of people have been really productive today anyway. So yeah.
Really?
If you do a taste test or similar video, add Summer Suns by Lee Mandello. It's one of my favorites of the past years. It's gay Southern Gothic. It has my heart.
Okay. We remember we were having a count of books added to the TBR. We're now
I
at
know.
2
And
so
honestly,
far.
most of them are Roe, which isn't surprising.
Ooh, the
That is
cover.
awesome. I like the idea of it.
The cover.
The cover. Oh my gosh.
I don't know if
Let
it's
me
going
take
to
it.
show.
When did it come out? With 2021. Yeah, that looks perfect for this season too. Yeah, and it is described as a sweltering queer Southern Gothic that crosses Appalachian Street, racing with academic intrigue, all haunted. That's a lot of ingredients we like to see. Because I've been trying to get into the spooky kind of feels, and I feel like so far I haven't really grabbed anything gothic yet on my radar. So I think that sounds great. Would you ever get together with fellow booktubers to do a singing concert? I know Neva sings. Do you sing? Oh my goodness, Shannon, if only.
No.
If I could sing, I would, but I'm more of a karaoke gal because I know for a fact, like everyone's welcoming how screechy my voice is. So no, I
We
wish.
will leave the singing to Neva on the internet.
Yeah, if she needs a terrible backup dancer, I'm here. I'm here for it. Yeah.
We're down.
You're both free to jump on my sprints anytime. Oh my gosh, thank you, Amanda. That's so nice of you. Yeah, I'd love to. That'd be so lovely. Hello, Carissa. Welcome, welcome. Are you still reading the 5th season, or have you finished that? I know that's a chunker for numerous reasons, and Carissa's been working on it for a while, but it's been a reread for her. She's trying to kind of read it again and then get through the series. I think I'm going to break from reading for a bit. That makes sense. Also, and do some of my diamond painting. Lovely. Yeah, like maybe listen to some music or put on like a kind of a cozy, just fun show or something in the background. That sounds great. Ah, yes. Aha, I knew it. Goal is to finish the 5th season. I have less than 100 pages. Okay, like it's a chunky read and it's really complex and it's really dense, but we are going to be here for 6 hours, Carissa. So, and we're doing 1 hour sprints, and that might help you kind of get through this. Also, Danny and I read that a few months ago, as you know, so we're here to support you. We're here to support you if you need like moral support. Oh, I love the cover of Summer Suns. Yes, Danny's also another big horror reader. Yeah, it does look really good. I'm gonna, the thing is I always want to check to see if my library has it, and I'm always worried it doesn't. Like, some of the most interesting reads, for some reason, my library doesn't have it, and I'm like, what are we doing?
It's true.
Yeah. Yes, Danny, high five. Yeah, that's awesome. Hi, ladies. Went out for coffee. Back now to finish my book. Lovely, Kelly. Woohoo! Sounds good. I'm doing. I swear, I thought you were gonna say you're doing like a voodoo doll or something, and I was like, "What are you doing, Amanda?" Okay. Is it called Vitoween?
Vitoween video every day of Halloween.
Oh my gosh, I'll be, a busy gal. Yes, you will. That sounds really fun though, especially if you kind of like are planning things out, and sometimes the organization of it and getting things together is super fun. So yeah, good luck. Hello, working on Redemptor. Ooh, I don't know what that is. I've never heard of Redemptor. I hope you're enjoying it though. And also welcome. I don't know if I've ever met you before. So welcome, Abrina. I DM you my top favorites for a maybe potential video. It's like the "these are X to know me" meme. Oh my gosh, that's cool. It's totally okay if you don't like any, but I love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, and honestly, like expanding your horizons, that's kind of part of booktube, isn't it? Like you've got your own certain genres, your own certain tastes, but what's the point of not kind of spreading the love and just testing each other's boundaries to see what you like? So yeah, we're here for it. Same, and I can't figure out how to request with them. Oh, I know. Yeah, like it all depends. I feel like if you're just open with your library system and saying, "Hey, I have suggestions," because typically if you get in touch with the librarian, like the head director, they'll, order stuff for you, but it always feels very weird to do that too. Like I understand the hesitance of being like, libraries only have such a precious budget. Is it fair for me to be like, "Hey, can you order these books to see if I like them?" But that's kind of what they're here for. So as long as you're, doing it once in a while, usually I think they'll appreciate it. But yeah, I agree.
And you're probably not the only person who wants that book. So you're doing a community service in a way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like, depending on, maybe it's all dependent on what kind of genres the librarian knows and is into. Like they don't mean to, but if they're not really big into horror, it's harder for them to pick out what would be good. So that's why they need your suggestions. So yeah, like kind of, just chat with them and see. Like we've got a little box, like a recommendation box, a request box at my library that you can kind of put stuff in once in a while. Usually I'll do that after I've read a book, and I know the library doesn't have it, but I think people would like it because I get nervous about requesting books I haven't read. But yeah, I get it. What is your channel? Yeah, good question. Good question.
Endless Unread.
What is it?
The Endless Unread.
Oh my gosh. That makes sense because I've spoken with Amanda before, but not under that. Amanda, you have multiple channels. That's good to know. Yep. I'm going to have to subscribe to this one too, Egyptian Spirit. Do you do content on this one too, or is this more of a personal one, I wonder? Because I don't know. Yeah, Amanda, let us know, because I know you as Endless Unread, so that when you were on with when we were with Brittany's and you were calling her Amanda, I was like, oh, another person named Amanda. That's fun. I was like, okay. I have the next 2 books on my Kindle, so I can start the second one. Oh, if I finish it today, lovely. Yeah, good luck. And I want to say it starts pretty much right after it. So if you don't want to like leave too much time in between, that probably would be smart to start book 2 right away.
I feel like with that series, that's smart because it's so dense. I haven't read it yet, but like from what I've heard from basically everyone who has, it's a dense fantasy series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. Oops, didn't realize the break ended. LOL. I was watching YouTube and wrapping some presents for my cat's birthday. Your cat's birthday. That's so cute. Unless your cat is known for also watching YouTube sprints, tell us what gifts you got. Let us know so we can kind of enjoy the fun with you. I love that. I love that you wrap them too. Do you have recommendations for free book sites besides BookBub and Kindle Unlimited? Well, library affiliated sites or
Yeah.
like apps include Libby and Hoopla. I know that there's what's it called? The Internet Archive, or where I think you have to watch. You do have to read them online. And it's kind of like borrowing system. You borrow a book for an hour, and then if no one's waiting on it, you can just keep borrowing it and reading it online. And I've heard there's audiobooks too on there. I've never done an audiobook myself through it, but I've heard of other people who do that. If you're a big audiobook person and you're like looking for classics or even some obscure, maybe romance ones, YouTube has a bunch of free ones. I've listened to like a handful of audiobooks on YouTube, which is kind of nice too. That's great access. Did I miss anything?
No, though you got more than I even thought of.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah. And I mean, I guess it depends, depending on where you live, Shannon. But like I know for like in the US, a lot of major city libraries provide free access to their Libby or Hoopla. Like you can get an e-card if you're a resident of that state. Like for instance, I live in Pennsylvania. I live nowhere near Philadelphia, but I have an e-card at Philadelphia, so I have access to their Libby. And that's actually how I'm listening to Ice Planet Barbarians, for instance, today. I requested Barbarians Taming and Barbarians Heart. They both came in on time. So that's why I was able to listen to them rather than using my kind of precious Hoopla borrows. And most of my like ebooks and audiobooks come through my Philadelphia card because they just have a bigger selection and options for me. So yeah, so if you are in the US, see what your major cities around you have in stock. Yeah, like if they can give you one. All right. And also like in the comments, if anyone else has thought of something,
Absolutely.
like, yeah, give the recommendations to Shannon and obviously to Brittany and me because we are here for free books.
Anywhere I can get free books, I'm down.
We don't have any tape, so it is in the best. What is it? So it is in the best. LOL. You're doing your best. I'm not as good at like looking through comments that have little typos in them as Brittany. Brittany was like hit them left and right last time, and I was like,
it depends. If you go back and watch Tuesday night sprints, I was useless.
You're like, it depends on the day. Depends on how well I can read.
How well my brain is processing information. It really depends. Half the time on Tuesday nights, we get to a point where I can't even read the actual words on the comments.
Yeah, you're like, we're just hoping, guessing vibes. All vibes is what I'm getting from this comment. Videos all planned, just need to make sure they're all filmed and edited. Oh my gosh, lovely. Yes, that is awesome. Yeah, hopefully again, filming is like one-offs and you're perfectly fine and there are no like technological issues because we hate that. Hello, Joshua, welcome. Hope you're both well. We are just getting reading done, which is very exciting. Oh, I was already subbed. Yeah, that's very funny. You know what? It's always good to double check too, because we make so many friends so quickly that sometimes it's hard to remember. Yay. Any artsy people out there participating in Inktober? That's right. I don't always participate because of time, but it's fun to see everyone's posts. Yeah, like that's a good question, especially because there are a lot of crafty people here in the comments. I've kind of been meaning to get into Inktober this year, but more just kind of for myself and in the background because I don't know how consistently I can participate in it.
I do not draw.
Yeah.
That's not a gifting that was ever given to me in life.
Yeah.
I will watch your bullet journals and I'm like, oh, that's so beautiful, but I could never.
I mean, honestly, I was flipping through my bullet journal from last year and I was like, there's a huge difference. That's just got to keep going because the ones I am doing now, I'm a different person, I swear. So yeah, so even little stick figures, that kind of thing, that's art. It's all art.
Absolutely.
And other people probably also want the books. Yeah, exactly. And that's what Brittany had mentioned, that it's like some people just might be interested. Maybe they also don't know how to request books. And if no one's, letting the library know what they want, then like the library has to base things off of New York Times. And sometimes that like leads to a bit of homogenous reading. We don't get the diverse voices, the kind of interesting random debut authors also don't really get recognition because libraries might not want to take a chance on them. So yeah. Stick people is the extent of my art. Yeah, I was gonna say. So Amanda and Brittany, you support each other in your stick art. That's okay. Yeah, and then LOL twinning. Yep. Yeah, this is my personal one. Oh, okay. I have a personal one too that I like. I usually just watch like people playing games and things on it. I just the most random stuff on my personal one. Redemptor by Jordan Ifueko. Book one is called Raybearer. Okay. I feel like I've heard of Raybearer. It's found family. The main character is born out of a wish to kill the crown prince, but is starting to love him. Oh my gosh. Yeah,
It
that's
is
lovely.
so good. Raybearer was one of my best books of the year last year.
Mm-hmm.
Redemptor could end up on the list this year.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, okay, so you've only read book one, but since you love it, obviously Redemptor is
Oh,
gonna be on the
I've
list at
read
some point.
both. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yep.
Okay.
So good. You would love it.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to because I've definitely heard of Raybearer, and that's been on my list of kind of books to look into. So this is good to know. Okay. Like, oh, Ro, I love those books. And then Danny likes it too. Okay, like everybody I'm knowing in this group is loving it. So,
They're
yeah.
so good.
Okay, that is great to know. For my cat, I got some beef flavored cubes. They kind of look like chocolate and some stick toys. Cat dip. Lovely. The cat, yeah, you are pampering that cat, and the cat deserves it for sure. Library archive goes up to a 14-day hold. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay, cool. Thanks, Ro. I bought a little bag of catnip so I could crochet her some things and put it in there. Yes, I love that. And I was gonna say, Tina, you're so crafty too. So yeah, that makes sense. Yes, yeah. Rose, like, yeah, Danny, you've got good taste. Yeah, sorry, it isn't the best. Tina, don't apologize. This is me. This is my issue that I just can't read. Hello, Leandra's Corner. Firstly, this is so exciting because Leandra, I feel very weird calling her Leandra when I'm Leandra, but she recently subscribed to my channel, and so I've subscribed to her. I've been meaning to check out her stuff, but this is very exciting that I've met another person with my name who is also like does content on YouTube. So welcome, Leandra. I'm sorry that I haven't really reached out to you or chatted with you until now. But you say, hello, I'm so glad to see you did these lives about IPB, Leandra. They're probably my fave series. I read all of the books in a month time. Oh my gosh, Leandra. Well, yeah, so Brittany and I, we've mainly been doing these like every other month, and we typically try to read 2 in the series during that time. So we're on Brittany's channel than mine. And so depending on when you arrived, we are on book 9 now. So yeah, lots is gonna happen, and you're just gonna have fun watching us react. Hello, woohoo! How's the reading going? It's going pretty well, Jess. We've had 6 hours already, and now we've just started on my channel, and we're gonna go for probably another 6. This chatty bit's going for a little bit long, but we'll typically stick to the 15 because we'll be doing 60 minutes during like the actual reading time too. But how have you been? I'm sure that you're probably a little bit exhausted after hosting your own kind of mini readathon at the beginning of the month. So yeah, congratulations on successfully getting that done. ML and I went to get coffee with pumpkin foam. All of the pumpkin spices today. Everybody's getting that. I love it. That is amazing. I'm doing 12 readathons next month. What? Amanda, you're not going to survive. I don't know. Maybe you're
Amanda.
superhuman, but that's crazy. All will be separate reading vlogs plus singular videos pre-filmed with a ghost hunt video being released on Halloween.
Oh, that
Oh,
sounds fun.
yeah, we're all just going to be living on Amanda's channel, it sounds like, because there's going to be so much content.
Yep.
I'm reading the Zodiac Academy series, currently on the 7th. Few, it's been a ride. I've heard that. I think it was it Jean maybe who was reading that too.
I think Jean just finished book 7 too, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my gosh. I love it when we all kind of start blending together, like having the same kind of think tank of like what we're going to read. Yeah. I am reminding myself that I am on a TBR moratorium unless it's a buddy read or a book club pick because I literally have 5 books out of the library. I've never heard of that. TBR moratorium. That's a
love
very
it.
fun term. Yeah, I might take that. Yeah, that's really fun. I believe Redemptor is the better of the two, but both are great. Ooh, I wonder if you and Ro agree
I
with
liked
this.
the first book better, but I 5-starred both of them. So I mean,
Mhm.
that's like
Yeah, like they
digging
both are 5 stars doesn't
through.
matter.
Yeah, it's 2 excellent gold star books. So better is a relative term.
Yeah, exactly. But that just shows that honestly they're both so great, so it doesn't really matter even if you have a different preference. Yeah. And a stack of 5 from the Little Free Library. Woohoo! So many reads. I love it. Ray Bear and Redemptor are both around 350 pages and very readable. That's good to know. I was just assuming they were going to be super chunkers. I don't know like why, but yeah, that's actually really doable. And like 5 to 10 from the Stuff Your Kindle event. Yeah, I would say, Maggie, you're set.
That's a
You
much
have all
more
the books.
doable number that you should have got from Stuff Your Kindle. I chose a different path in life.
Yeah. I know. And I saw that you like posted about all of the different
Yeah,
ones that you got.
I
Yeah,
did. I
you're
got
set.
so
It's okay.
many books. They will sit until who knows when, but we'll
Yeah,
be right
yeah.
about
Maybe you'll forget you have them when you finally decide to read it. You'll realize you already have it on your Kindle, and you know what? Perfect. Lovely.
absolutely.
We give our cat those chocolate looking squares too, Tina. He loves them. I love it. I love that everybody has like a little cat. I'm so jealous of you all. Yes, subscribe to Leandra. Leandra's Corner. Yay! Woohoo! Spread the love. Everybody find friends in the comments. What is IPB? Ice Planet Barbarian. So we just kind of use an acronym and it's the Ice Planet Barbarian series. It's sci-fi romance. It's quite smutty for a lot of the books. So just so you know what kind of romance you're interested in. And it's a really fun ride. Like it's just chaos all the time. Don't let the very kind of weird old like
Covers.
photos, the covers make it look very weird, but I promise the stories are actually very fun and interesting. It just was really low budget, I'm assuming, when they first came out. I have actual chores to do today, so I'll be using sprints to be productive, but probably no reading. Oh, well, yeah, you know what? That's okay. Sometimes we need to recharge our brains anyway. And like, what do they say? Like, messy bed, messy head. Like, so in that kind of concept, it's good to get the chores done. Currently reading Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. I love that title. About 40% in, maybe I can listen to the audiobook while I do some chores. Ah ha ha ha. Yes, I
Love
love it.
audiobooks.
Yeah, that
Helping
sounds
us read and adult at the same time.
yep. Oh, I'll be burned out by November. Yeah, I was gonna say, take like a month-long break and just be like, nope, no more readathons for the moment. Hello, welcome. I'm back from making lunch and having a little nap. Lovely. Hope all is well with IPB. You know what? It is. We're doing pretty well. We haven't started book 9 yet, but we're going to once I get through the end of these comments. And yeah, these 16-minute sprints is like perfect napping. So if anyone else is thinking about a nap, go for it. I downloaded 60 free Kindle books. Yeah, that's right, Ro. There you go. Definitely take advantage. I only heard about Stuff Your Kindle Day a few months ago. Suffice it to say, I downloaded 100 books. I was like, you know what? Okay, Leandra takes the cake.
Well, I found my people. I found my people.
Yep, I was gonna say everybody. You're in good company because everyone
You are
else.
in good company. I did the same thing. Everybody.
Yeah, emphasis on Stuff Your Kindle. Like you did the task. Task completed.
We did. We stuffed.
Oh, I'm trying to read 31 books in October. That's right. I forgot that you try that every single year. I expect to read one book in November and December. Yeah, just like as a way to recoup and be like, okay, I'm human again. I'm just gonna be Neck Alley November, and that's it. Oh, Neck Alley November. I've never heard of that. I'm like so out of the loop. Hello, ML. I am in my office on my computer now, so there will be no excuse not to start grading this coming sprint. But boo, I know. I had on Monday for my students, their first papers of the semester are due, and like a couple are trickling in, and I'm like, I should get ahead and start grading them, but not today. I'm not doing that. Not gonna lie, I am looking forward to y'all's smut readathon just to learn of the unhinged stories y'all will read. Yeah, that is honestly, that will be scary times, I think, but in the best
I
way.
definitely picked up a few things during Stuff Your Kindle that I was like, that's a thing, and Smuttober's a thing. Maybe I should get it for that.
Yeah,
So
yeah, exactly. Like I'm gonna do this for future Brittany.
yeah, and I may regret it later, but
You know what? It's fine. We'll live off of the high for now. And then we'll see if you decide to create a boundary being like, nope, that's not a kind of smut I'm going to get into after
right.
this.
You
Yeah.
don't know until you try.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, Amanda, that's a good point. NetGalley is also a free way for you to like get books, of course, for sure. And like what's nice is audiobooks as well. They're all ebooks, mostly to my knowledge, from what I can tell. So yeah, that's exactly up Maggie's alley. Yeah, Ali, the chaos monster, lol. Always looking for and making chaos. I know, you instigator.
Well, both of you, really, ML. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I'm still not over the rectangular song. Is that what it?
Oh,
That was
you
great,
mentioned
actually. That was a bop. I'm
that really
thankful for you
was.
guys.
It was so
Yeah.
catchy. It was in my head for days, and now it probably will be now because you've said it.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sorry, but also you're welcome. It's fine.
but also,
Have any of you read Credence?
I
It's
haven't.
very smut.
I've
Oh
heard of
my
it,
god.
but I haven't read it.
No, I don't know that either. I haven't even heard. Well, I guess I've heard of the term, but I might be mixing that up with like the movie or something.
No,
Uh,
I've heard of it because Rainey read it or wanted to read it. One or
mhm,
the other.
mhm. Yeah. Hello, Taylor. Welcome, welcome. Yes, the duo laughing maniacally. Mwahaha. I am ready for the chaos. Yeah. Well, speaking of chaos, let's get into our first sprint because we got to the end of the comments. So I figured a nice kind of snowy background would work. So again, we're going to be doing an hour every single time. So, you choose what you're going to do. Read for an hour, maybe be productive for half an hour, whatever you want to do. But we will see everybody in 60 minutes. Okay. Bye, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome back. How did everybody do? What are you thinking, Brittany? Now that we are, where are you actually? I think I'm at 25%. That's where I am.
I'm at 18%. I had some parenting to do during that sprint.
Parenting productivity.
This is the thing. The child has come home during this book, so that I might go a little bit slower, which is totally fine. But yeah, I'm liking it. I don't know. I'm having.
I know what you mean. I'm glad that we are staying on the same page about this. Why are you can you try to like verbalize them? I don't know about it because help me.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the thing that I don't know about it, and I go back and forth with it a little bit too in my own, like I'm almost arguing against myself, is that I understand what Stacy's going through. I feel like she's being very ununderstanding of someone who has had a medical problem, like a very severe medical problem, who she supposedly loves, but is not really being very sympathetic to the fact that he has had a severe medical issue. And I am a little bit frustrated with that because it's very quick. Like it's only been a week, like 2 weeks, a week, 2 weeks. Like she's expecting someone who's been injured quite badly to immediately be just like, fine. And that's not how life works. I'm sorry. It's just not. And you'd think by this point she would know that that's not how life works. But also, I do understand that when you are alone and the person that you've come to rely on is not there for you, that is hard. And that can be exhausting and mentally exhausting.
Yeah.
So that can cause you to be a little bit maybe more short, more. So I can see it from that way, but at the same time, I feel like what she's getting short with is not necessarily. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, well, especially as you said, a week of time. It's like, why? Well, like I get you getting frustrated, especially if it's been an extensive time, but it's like it's only been a week, you know? Like you should be more kind of concerned about him and what's happening and if he's all right, rather than like she's kind of snapping at him at times. And I don't know. I get with the queen
anything to this woman without her taking it poorly.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, she's from Earth. Okay, she is an Earth human. Like she is a human from Earth. If this man would have been injured on Earth, he'd still be in the hospital.
Yes.
Like you would not even be seeing this man other than in a hospital bed. Like I don't understand why you think that he would just be back. And also they have a pretty communal way of living. So there's definitely other people that can help her, because we've seen that, like, as the hunters go out, they all kind of help the others around them. Like, it's a very communal lifestyle. So it's not like she's on her own, but she has a community. So, although I do understand, like I said, I have both ways because I
Get the
do
stress.
understand.
Yeah.
That's stressful. You have a small baby, like that's stressful. It's a stressful situation. Obviously, she's under very much stress, and that would therefore make you snippy. But I think it would make you snippy to the other people around you, not necessarily the person that you love and know has been injured. I don't know.
Yeah, and he's obviously like struggling too because he's lost years of his life. Like he doesn't remember the humans at all. Like that's a lot for him to kind of get used to, not having remembered any of them. There's like these little kids running around and he's like, "Who are you?" They're like little hybrid babies and he doesn't know anything. Or like there was like that mention, I don't know where you are, like in regards to like scenes, but like one time when he's like, "Oh, the baby's like he's an odd child," and she's like, "Don't call our child odd." It's like, okay, that doesn't have to be an insult. Like,
and I think it was just about the name too. Like, oh, that's an odd name.
Oh,
like,
that's right, just an odd name too. And she's like, "Our child isn't odd."
Yeah, she's just she's very on edge, and I can understand almost being on edge, like I said, with maybe other people, because sometimes
like taking it out on other people.
correct. Sometimes you take it out on, other people when things are happening because you can't take it out on, the actual circumstances, because that would be cold and irrational. But
Yeah, no, I agree. And then there's also, I will say, like, again, I don't know where you're at, but there was kind of acknowledgement of why no one's helping her. Like
yes.
because they're worried about it seeming like they're courting her. And I was like, come on, guys. We know for a fact that Herbie doesn't remember her. He's dealing with stuff. You can't help the couple together. You can't help them both. Like it seemed I was kind of like, what's going on
Well,
here?
some
And then
people
he
are.
was like, oh, I didn't realize. Yeah.
And some people are going to him and being like, you should do this, but I feel like she needs a
Yeah.
stern talking to as well.
Yeah,
Like,
especially because she has been running away from him. That's true. Yeah, when he does try to help her. Yeah. Anywho, what is anyone else thinking? If anyone's read this, let us know what your thoughts are. I know Tina's reading it too now, so we'll see what she ends up thinking. Where are we? A lot of comments came in, so we'll be playing a bit of catch up. Jean joined us. Hello, Jean. Reading The Last Anniversary by Leanne Moriarty. I haven't heard of this one. Is it her newest, or I wonder where it is in her canon? At 10%, absolutely loving it. I finally finished Two Fights. I read for a week and a half. Seems so much longer. 3.75 stars. Awesome. Still worked out, though. I hope you're liking The Last Anniversary. I've read a couple of her books, Leanne Moriarty. Have you, Brittany?
I have. I'm not,
Mhm.
I've given up on the author. For me,
Oh,
not
no.
author I personally
Yeah.
enjoy. I've tried a couple of books and I've just said, you know what, not for me, and that's totally fine.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think there were some when I first kind of started getting into her. I was like, oh, I really enjoy these. The last book I read, I wasn't that impressed by. I think it was called Truly Madly Guilty. That one was definitely my least favorite.
That
But
was one of the
read.
books I unhauled yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Then good job. At least based on my perspective, good job. That was my least favorite out of the ones I read by her. Read 20%. Gosh, this book is so sad. Oh, yeah. So Tina's reading it with us. Like, it is kind of like there's a tension. Like, I'm definitely feeling like nobody's happy. Like,
No
so
one
I'm
is
waiting I'm waiting for them to kind of like start to like communicate better and like be a bit more like helpful of each other, I guess. 16 pages left, so close. All right, Amanda, if you need to, you can always mute us. Yeah, that's totally fine. Just jumped on. Hello, welcome. And starting Kingdom of the Wicked. Fingers crossed, it's good. I'm not sure if your name is it Madeline? That's what I'm assuming it would be pronounced. Or yeah, I was gonna say either that, or I know sometimes it's Madeline, depending on pronunciation. But let us know which one. But I think I'm gonna go with Madeline, unless you correct us, which is fine. Finished chapter 1 and halfway through chapter 2. This theory is fascinating. Cool. On page 323 out of 375, Lexi, you are so close to the end. 50 pages. I had previously read the first 30% and put it down. So I restarted it. I didn't even realize that. I guess I assumed that you hadn't even. I wonder what happens a little bit further then. I wonder if like something happens at the 30% mark.
You're really close to that 30%. I still have about
I am
12 out from it, but
yeah. We're gonna see how it goes. I also watered my plants. Lovely. Great job, Maggie. I got to chapter 9 in my audio and then switched to Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies by Heather Fawcett. I have less than 100 pages, so I am hoping to finish it. If Danny's still in the comments, she adored this book. Like, it is one of her top reads of the year.
I want to read this so badly. It sounds so good.
Me too. I have it in my library haul, actually. It's one of my library books that I've been meaning to read. And it's okay. I haven't yet, but I plan to. Yes. Hello, Anne. Welcome. I joined during the last sprint. I'm currently reading On the Line by Fern Michaels. Cool. I hope you're enjoying it so far. Let us know if you're thinking it's going to be a 5-star, because we're kind of supporting that today. Which IPB are you on? We are on number 9. It's called Barbarians' Heart. So at the moment, we're following Stacy, and her love interest is it Kasha? Is that how you say his name?
Pascal?
Oh, maybe I'm completely wrong. Yeah, something like that. But Stacy's definitely the main lady in it. I think there's some miscommunication in that word already has some connotations, but I mean communication issues. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, there's definitely been some like miscommunication where they're just coming off of different pages, and I think yeah, they're both dealing with stuff and they genuinely have to get to know each other again. Like I feel like the way they're acting with each other is that they don't even know each other at all, and that includes Stacy.
That's where I find it the most confusing is that
Mm-hmm.
like I understand that she's the one that I think is like he's actually coming at it. He's really trying.
Mm-hmm.
He
Mm-hmm.
is actually really, really trying for someone
Yeah.
who does not remember 3 years of his existence.
Mm-hmm.
And she remembers their love story and seems to have very little sympathy. It's
Mm-hmm.
just, and that's
Yeah.
confusing to me.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I guess it is interesting to go back. Apparently Stacy was one of the women who was in like the pod who was like awoken and then just that like she wasn't one of the humans who was kind of suffering for a few weeks trying to survive.
That's
So she was in
actually
the pod. Yeah, and as soon as I think like it was like instant. Like she didn't really have to live in the community for too long before they were thrown together, and they just
mhm,
kind of accepted that they were together. I didn't think they probably just didn't really think about getting to know each other. I'm wondering if that's also a thing
could
where
be.
maybe they resonated so quickly that they didn't even, where we haven't really gotten that too much. We haven't had it a few times, but yeah, maybe that's what they're dealing with. Hello, Lotta. Welcome. How are you both? We're doing well. For me, it's a bit of a rainy day, but I'm hoping to go for a walk during the next sprint, actually. Yeah. And then, yeah, Brittany and I are just having fun reading Ice and
Absolutely.
Barbarian Smut. Joined last sprint, lovely. Needed motivation to fill in my planner. Skipped a couple days. I know, isn't it tough? I have a planner and I've been really bad this month. It's just like a regular kind of planner for things. And I haven't been very good about any kind of planning. I'm just living on the edge, apparently. Read about 20 pages of the fairy book, have about 60 pages left. Woohoo! Yeah, I hope you're liking it. Let's see. Oh, it's same comment. That's fine. Yeah, I also don't understand their separation. It feels very unnecessary. Yeah, because they are kind of like staying far away from each other. That feels like that's the opposite thing that they should be doing. Yeah, it just we'll see what happens. I think you hit the only Ice Planet Barbarians I didn't actually read during the Amazing Readathon. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I read a lot of those books, but totally out of order. Oh my gosh, I wonder how that was, Jean, reading them out of order.
To say because I mean there is quite a bit of like overarching story.
Yeah, like can you imagine, especially like I don't know, like last book, like just not knowing what's happening.
Or you wouldn't know what a quee was at sometimes. Like that would
Yeah.
be very confusing.
Unless Jean started with book one and then was like,
That's
let's
true.
just figure what's happening after this.
True.
That's yeah, I've never met anyone who's done that before, Jean. That's very funny. Got to 400 pages. Woohoo! Good job, Danny. And got ready to go to dinner with the hubby. Italian on the menu for tonight. I love it. Yes, not Italians. We are not cannibals here, but Italian food. I love it. Very cool. You're 2/3 of the way through the book too. Nice. Okay, I opened an essay to grade. Yes, half of the battle. Good job. No, but I did update my planner. Lovely. More of that. Do some laundry and figure out my outfit for an event tonight. My job is sending me to an LGBTQ charity event. Woohoo! Yay! That is so great. We're hosting like a pride festival at the college where I work, which is very fun. So yeah, that's great. I love this world. I love being back in it, but I'm not a romance reader, so I'm really loving it for what it is. Yeah, yeah, right. Like I think there's a lot for you to enjoy outside of the romance. Like there's some really like hot and heavy scenes, but the world building is pretty sophisticated. Hello, ML and Ali. Good to see you guys. How are you doing? ML says, so I get to go to a big day ball, and it is masquerade themed. Like, pinch me. That this is my job. Yes. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Live your like Cinderella story life. You and Ollie should like just kind of enter at different times, then find each other. That would be so fun. Oh well. Probably not as professional as you should be, but that's fine. Kaylan says, I made a mind map and answered a test. Oh, oh my gosh, 15 minutes goes by so quickly. But yeah, awesome. Great productivity. Big gay ball. I know, I was like, oh yeah, during the daytime. Like, that's nice. A day ball. Never heard of it. Yes. Okay. Much better. A big gay ball. Imagine all the glitter, all the rainbows. Yes. Keep in mind, these girls are very young and have had very little life experiences. Most of the kidnapped girls were in college, I suppose, but they're like 22. And Stacy's been on Planet for quite a while.
Yeah.
It's just, it seems like to me, I would still
and they're
expect
not
more
all
than.
that. I think Georgie is like 25, 26 at the time. Like they're not all
Yeah.
super young.
Yeah, most of them are like, if anything, in their like mid 20s.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so I don't know. I will say that sometimes romances do make people more
Oh,
immature than they should be, though. Like the number of times I see people in their 30s acting like they're teenagers in a romance, I'm like, come on. So Gina has a point as far as like
that's so
fictional
true.
people in their 20s. Yeah. Finished my section of diamond painting and watched a couple episodes of Grace and Frankie. Oh, what a great choice.
Love that show.
Oh, so funny. I got to get back into that show. Thanks for reminding me. Emma, I think I caught a cold at work, so just flaking today. You know what? That's okay. We need that. And rest your body. Your body should be your priority. So, oh yeah, I hope you rest and feel better. Me too, Jean. Yeah, feel better. The Last Anniversary by Leanne Moriarty is on KU. I feel like something. Okay. All right. It's 9:39 p.m. for me tonight right now and feeling worse. So we'll finish the book in bed. Night, beautiful ladies. Good night, Amanda. I hope you feel better. We're so sorry. Yeah, we're sorry you aren't feeling well, but you stuck with us for so long and you weren't feeling well. So yeah, thanks for that. I have never read her, but Ali and I watched the Netflix adaptation of Nice Perfect Strangers. Oh yeah. And it was highly entertaining. That's actually one of the ones I read, and I did find that interesting. But I also like found some things funny that I don't know if I was meant to find them funny, but I was like I was entertained. So like I don't know, but I haven't seen the Netflix adaptation, so maybe I should try that. Rest is the recipe for this weekend. I agree. Yes. I'm at 54%. Characters are suffering again. Don't you hate it when that happens? Yeah. I think in Danny's book that was happening
Oh,
too.
it was.
These authors, they're playing with our emotions and playing with our characters. Last Anniversary is one of Leanne's first books. Really? I'd never even heard of it. 189 out of 289. You only have 100 pages left, Kelly. Very nice. Second pronunciation. Aha! EI makes an in sound, not I-N, an ein. Okay, Madeline, lovely. Thank you so much for like making sure that we're saying your name correctly, because I would never want to do that. So great. Decorated my shelves for spooky season and got some B-roll footage. Now I need to finish filming my fall reset and do my TBR. All right. Best of luck, Bree. You can do it. You can do it. There's still a lot of daylight for you where you are. I gave that 5 stars. Okay, great. Lovely. What is Christina reading again? We were just talking about it.
Emily Wild.
Oh, yes. Yes,
Yeah.
the Emily Wild book. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So Mel gave it 5 stars. Danny gave it 5 stars. Speaking of, yes, Emily Wild's so cute. Yeah, Christina. So you've got a lot of people who are repping that one. Nothing bad happened. I just didn't feel like continuing at that time. And I'd read the first 30%. Yeah, that makes sense. And also, I think you had, remind me though, you were kind of binging it when you first was reading a bunch. So it might have just been a time where you needed to rest.
I
It would have
think
been a
what
lot.
a time is my maximum, to be honest, because they are somewhat, well, not somewhat, they are very formulaic. So like, there's only so much that I could do back to back to back before I'd be like, I think reading them so close together is hindering my enjoyment.
Yeah, it's a question of, it would be interesting to look back and see every time we read 2 in one session if the second book ever But we read books. Did we read books 1 and 2? And we
No, we
really
did
liked 2.
3. We did 2 and 3
And
together.
that's right, because we read 1 on our own, and then we jumped in with 2 and 3. And
Mhm.
so,
And
yeah,
3
we
is
did.
your favorite book.
This would be interesting to map out and see like if there's a tendency for the second book we read right after isn't
And that
as
means we did 4 and 5 together, and 4 we hated, so we must have liked
oh
it more.
yeah. Or did we do had we start oh yeah.
Or did we do 4 off camera?
I think we might have
I
done
don't
4 off camera because you were doing your 48-hour like reading. So we did 4 off camera. And so
4 off.
that like this would be very interesting to kind of map out and be like, is this affecting like not that it would affect it too much, but just enough
Mhm.
where yeah,
Yeah,
that's really
pretty
interesting
good.
to think about. My book just irritated me. Okay, not the book exactly, but the editor. Oh no, I hate when that happens because it's not the author's fault. It's not the characters. The editor did something. I wonder what happened? What mis-editing happened? Hello, welcome, Kiana. How are you? Pashov. Pashov?
Could be.
Hmm.
Now I'm gonna look it up because now I don't.
Oh
I'm
yeah, yeah. It's definitely like there's definitely an ash sound in it for sure. Which
It's
Leanne?
Cash Off.
Oh yeah, okay, Kashov. Cool, cool, cool. Which Leannes did you read? I only read Big Little Lies and What Alice Forgot and The Husband's something. It's like The Husband's Secret. I read the like 9 Perfect Strangers or whatever. I read Big Little Lies and then I tried Truly Madly Guilty and I didn't like that one. And I haven't really read her since. So that's what I did. What about you, Brittany?
I read Big Little Lies, and that was just okay for me, and then I DNF'd The Husband's Secret.
Interesting. Yeah. So that makes sense. I don't know if I would be a Leanne Moriarty reader now. Like I think there was a different time when I would have been into her, when I was into her, but anyway. Oh my god, I totally missed that. It's on the name of the sprint. Oh. Yeah. No, you're fine. Don't worry. Especially because we're throwing around IPV
Oh,
everywhere.
yeah.
We're not really saying it. So yeah, that's fine. Cash all right? Yeah, it's like cash off. Is that
No,
what we just mentioned?
it's with the P. It's the one that was just above. Yeah.
Really? So then, wait, is their name? So does that mean the kid's name is Pacey?
Yep.
I was
Like,
thinking.
which as soon as they called him Pacey, my brain went Dawson's Creek
Mhm.
immediately.
Well, when I was listening, I swear to you, the past hour, I thought it was Casey, and I was like, why does he think that's such a weird name? Okay, that
Pacey.
that just makes
Not
sense.
that weird of a name.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, Sherry. Welcome. Need these sprints. I have 2 hours left of Fourth Wing, and it just got crazy. Well, we'll be here until we finish our book, and like we're only like I'm at 25%, and that's the furthest like one of us has gotten so far. So you'll definitely have time to finish that book. I hope you enjoy it. That's obviously gotten a lot of hype. A lot of people have enjoyed it. I don't think anyone's strictly hated it. So yeah, I hope you're enjoying the craziness. Hello, how is crochet going? Well, Christina's been getting a lot done, actually, and I think she explains it here. Oh, no, she doesn't. His voice seemed far away. My hearing had been deadened by the tumult of. That was the end of the page and chapter. Now I'm like, of what? Oh my
Tumult
god.
of what?
Do you think it's
Oh,
on purpose then? It was just to like kind of like give you that cliffhanger, or do you think there was like one word that's missing?
I was gonna say, do you think it's a misprint?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. That would be really upsetting if it's not intentional. Yeah, especially you'd think that it would usually be like of dot 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 or like of dash, so then you know that something's been interrupted. Oh, that is frustrating. Oh no. Hello, Steph. Welcome to the sprinting community today. So happy for some sprints. Yeah, I feel like all of us needed this. Everyone's really into it today. I decided to soft DNF Fury Song yesterday and try the audiobook of Divine Rivals. I have only read one book so far this month. I honestly, that's about right for this month. I think all of us, no matter how many we're reading, we're definitely slowing down the number of books we've read this month. So you probably needed to recharge.
We were all tired from last month. It's fine.
Yeah, all of the readathons, no matter what readathon you did, or if you didn't want do one, it's also like the end of summer. So I think it was exhausting. Does an author's bad behavior when it comes to review sour your enjoyment of their work? Oh, so like you mean like if you read their work and then you realize that the author's not really a great person. I think it does. Like I don't like if I know that someone has kind of done bad things or like I realize their character isn't great, I'll likely choose not to read their books.
Yeah.
If I've read them previously or if I know someone who's read them previously before knowing that, then it's just there's nothing we can do about it. It might prevent me from recommending the book. So like if I gave it 5 stars and then I realize this person isn't great, I probably won't recommend the book anymore just because like that's my own personal view of it. I don't know if you got something to add, Brittany.
I completely agree with everything you said. I'm not one at really paying much attention to the author
Mm-hmm.
a world. So unless it comes to my attention, a lot of times I don't know because I
Yeah,
don't really pay that much attention to that side of the
like the
literary
book
world.
community. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I just don't. Obviously there's some authors that like they're so notoriously problematic that it does come to my
Yeah.
you'd have to have your head in the sand to miss it. But whenever someone brings it up to me, I always look into it and then decide like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to talk about those books on my channel or, not going to read
Mm-hmm.
it further or what have you. But a lot of times I sometimes will miss what's going on just because I don't pay that much attention to authors necessarily. I more pay attention to the work. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, and there's just so much to pay attention to these days as far as like news and like where we're getting it from various communities. And so, yeah, I suppose like the idea is if I am ever talking about a book like on my channel that I'm very excited about and there is like some issue surrounding that author, yeah, like I think the expectation is expect that the person probably doesn't know.
Yeah.
And yeah, like just if you want to let them know. I would personally be grateful if you ever let me know about that. And it's like, okay, like lovely. Now I can like move forward with this information. And if the
Absolutely.
person happens to know, they likely will tell you that they know. And you're like, okay, well, now I can kind of figure out how I feel about this booktuber then. If they don't care that, depending on what kind of, I suppose, like bad behavior it is. So yeah, it is an interesting topic though. It is kind of thought provoking to see how people feel about it. Are you guys listening to the audiobooks? The
Yeah.
audiobook is pronouncing his name like Pashalf. Yeah, we're both doing audiobooks. And are you immersive reading as well a bit, Brittany?
When I have a chance to sit down
Yeah,
and
when you have a chance, yeah.
audiobook.
Which is when. Yes, Italian. I don't eat people. Okay, Danny, I don't know. Whatever you say. I got all my squares done, taking a bit of hand break. Yes, lovely. Yeah, you already kind of got your time in today for
Doing
that.
amazing things.
I just finished All the Sinners Bleed by S.A. Cosby. It was intense and good. It reminded me of a Criminal Minds episode. S.A. Cosby is another person I've seen kind of like thrown around that name, and I've been meaning to try that author, I think, if I'm thinking of the right person. I should do a reread of the original IPB series. It's been 2 years since I read them, but I think I remember where you guys are. The Pashov concussion part. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah, so he has no memory, and yeah, it's just us. Like we're trying to figure everything out while he is as well. So yeah, everyone's saying hello. I read book 8 like 3 years ago, and getting back into it has been pretty easy. Yeah, because I feel like there is a lot of like enough review, and like it's not too complicated, so it's like you could get into it again. I bet I love the world too. Yeah, that's what Brittany and I have really enjoyed. Just the world itself has been really good. To clarity, read the first 2 books. To clarify, to clarify, I think I read the first 2 books a couple years ago, so I understand the environment.
Right.
That makes sense. The only one I found a little bit weird was Harlow's book. Yes,
It's awful.
yeah. And then
We
book 15,
both
which
agree that that's our least favorite book in the series. And I think looking back, I think I gave it 3 stars. And looking back now, I'm like, there's no way it's a 3-star book. I think it's a 2-star.
Yeah, it's interesting how you kind of reflect. You're like, no. And I think in my bullet journal, I think I gave it 3 stars, and then I crossed it off and I wrote down actually 2. I literally did that because I was like, no, I'm actually going to change that.
I'm like, absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
I might have given it a 2. I don't really remember, but it definitely was a 2.
Yeah, exactly. Like right now here on these sprints, we're telling you right now it's a 2. Leandra, how can someone, me, contact you online to send the book titles, or should I type them in the chat? Well, I have an Instagram. It's Leandra _ the TBR0. So if anyone wants to be friends with me there, I would very much love to do that. And I will like follow you as well. So if you have an Instagram, Ro, that could be a great way. But yeah.
Ro has my Instagram. So Leandra is currently tagged in my stories. So it's really easy to find Leandra if you just want to click that link, it'll take you right to Leandra.
Yeah, you won't see. I haven't posted in a while, but I promise it's active. Like because you'll see I have a story. So yeah, everyone's saying hello to Kiana. Lovely, lovely, lovely. All of the sinners is in my top 5 for the year here. Oh my gosh! All right, Sherry. So yeah, that sounds really good. Okay, and then Ali responded. I think it is in my top 5 as well.
Hold on.
Wow.
Okay.
I know. Hold on. I've got so many tabs open.
Now we're at 3 books being added to the TBR. We've hit 3 now.
Mm-hmm.
That's not too bad, actually.
Or even actually maybe more than that, because in my tabs I've got When You Trap a Tiger, which was that middle grade read.
Yeah.
KJ Charles as an author, also Cat Sebastian, and then Summer Suns and All the Sinners Bleed. So that's all. Those are all the tabs I've gotten so far.
True. I put the 3. I was counting the 3 books, but you're right. I have the 2 authors written down as well.
3 books, 2 authors.
That's 2 authors. That's true. It's true.
Yeah. But yeah, oh my gosh, so many good books, everybody. Everyone's had such a positive experience. Brittany, I went to Degrassi. That's funny. Yep. Do you know of other books like it? Oh, yes. Everybody start trading comments. Yeah, like recommendations. Mm-hmm. I couldn't get into 9 Perfect and the Apple book. Yeah, the Apple one, I was intrigued because it was her most recent book that I had seen recently, and I'd never ended up picking it up. Alicia's hello. Hey, hey, hey. Have 3 minutes left of work. How's the progress going? It's going all right. We've kind of been distracted with the chatty bits this time, but I think that always happens in like the second leg. We get a bit more chatty.
Tired.
Yeah. We're kind of taking our time a little bit more. But welcome. I hope that your last 3 minutes of work are calm, so you can actually leave work on time. Tears from Razorblade Tears. That's the book I've heard of by this author. Okay. It's also good, and Steve Kavanaugh's Eddie Flynn series is a close one. Okay. Yeah, Razorblade Tears. That's the book. That's the title that I recognize. Yeah, I love this. Everyone's saying hello. It does put me off, Amel said. Okay, lovely. Thanks for jumping in on the conversation. I am less likely to pick something up by them. Yeah, same. I'm headed out to dinner. Yes, enjoy, Danny. Hope you ladies have a wonderful evening. Same to the chat. It has been fun hanging out. Yes. Bye. Congratulations on getting so far in your book, and enjoy your Italian food. Thank you. I'll check them out. Yep, same. I will as well. And then Alici's, of course, has to respond in the same way. Yeah, MMMMLLL. The book you are on now is really actually really emotional. That's what everyone is saying. So we're kind of like, we're still in the beginning of it, the first quarter. So we'll see if it gets even, if we get more connected to these characters. Dang, I liked Harlow and her story. I know, you know what, you're not alone. I'm pretty sure.
No, Neva's the same way.
Oh, and Neva. Okay, yeah. So like a lot of people have really liked them, and I've grown, like Harlow as a character has grown on me. I like Harlow for sure, actually.
We were talking about that earlier in the sprints, was that Harlow as a character we like, but that book was not our favorite. But book 2 is still my favorite. But I do know Neva, it's her least favorite as well. So like, there's 22 books or 25 books. There's 20-some books in this series. You know. You'll find
we all can't have the same favorite. So, I hate book two. Yeah, I was gonna say Elise's. Yep, I hate
Yeah.
book two. So that's you're right on the same page as Neva. The only one I DNF'd and didn't miss a beat by doing so. Tiffany's book. But Tiffany's book is a favorite. Okay,
I do
Tiffany.
like
Let me give
Tiffany.
you. Yeah, and that one was really sweet, wasn't it?
Tiffany was the one that she
She
had
had
the
childhood
sexual
trauma.
assault. Yes.
Yes, yes, the sexual assault one. Yeah,
Mm.
which was handled like
I
honestly
think.
quite well. Yeah, if
I
I'm
think
remembering
for
correctly, I'm pretty sure because then there was like that competition, like as like a diversion,
yes.
and then
Tiffany's
that's
right before
when
Josie. Mhm.
yes, yes, and that's because we read that one and then we read Josie's and we didn't like the second one, but we like the first
I
book we
still
read and
stand by Josie's in this book driving me foolish as well.
Yeah,
Josie's
yeah.
like, "Why don't you do this?" And I'm like, "Josie, shut up."
I know. Yeah. Oh, there's been like one line of Josie in this one, and I was like, get out of the
I was
scene.
like, "Josie, shut up. No one cares what you
Yeah, I was
think."
like, we don't need your suggestions. Thank you very much. I can't remember which book it was, but did you guys come across a bit of an age gap in the IPB books? I think that was one of my faves. It was very sweet. We haven't gotten
No
there yet,
age though.
Leandra. Yeah, but I'm assuming it's always going to be coming. I've been wondering that because they have mentioned a few older like blue
Yes.
guys, and I've been like they haven't been pairing them, so interesting. Yeah, so that's something to look forward to. I like that it's very sweet. That if it's going to be like an age gap one, I feel like that's the way it's got to go. So
Age
cool.
gap has to be done in a certain way so that it doesn't come off creepy.
Yeah, so it doesn't come off, yeah, like
Right.
grooming or predatory
Yes.
or anything like that. So
Luckily, I mean, they're all adults, so that helps.
yes,
But
exactly. Very
um,
true.
still, it still has
Hmm.
to be done. You have to navigate through it. Um,
Hmm.
yeah.
Oh, I guess book two is an age gap. I didn't
Josie
realize.
isn't book 2 though. Josie is Liz's book 2.
Yeah, Liz was book
Josie
two.
is book 6.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah. So Josie is not. Yeah, you're right. So Josie was, yeah, book six
Maybe.
because then we read seven last
Harlow.
time.
It goes Harlow, Tiffany. Yeah, so Harlow's 4, Tiffany's 5, Josie's 6, Lila's 7. Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Book
Um,
2 is Liz and book 3 is Kira.
yeah, yeah.
We need a
Yeah.
flow chart for these. We're really
I
gonna
know exactly. We need to have like a graphic to like always put up so that we can like all look and see like how people are connected because it
yeah.
is crazy. But yeah, Josie's the worst. I didn't mind Harlow either. Okay, yeah. So like that honestly just shows how like different everyone can take the various series, and that's why it's great that the series is so big because everyone can find a favorite. Or find ones that they aren't as big of fans of.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Kiana, you woke up from your nap. Yay. No, it wasn't Josie. Yeah, it was
Kira's could have been an age gap. If it was, I don't recall that it was, but
I
that's
know it
very
gets tough
cool.
to remember that. Maybe it was Lila. I think that Josie might have been a age gap in six because her partner had an original partner.
Oh, that's true.
So like that's why. So I'm like, I could see that maybe being an age gap because he was still grieving that. I didn't even get to nap. I had to do laundry. Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I'm reading Tiffany's book now. Like it is very sweet. And Alicia said it right that she deserved all the sweetness. She really did. It was just, we hope you like it. We think you will. I haven't heard anyone say that they don't like that one
Doesn't like
actually.
Tiffany. No, Tiffany's book is good because it's
Mhm.
handling really tough topics, but the male alien is one of my second favorites. Like next to
Mhm.
Ihako, I think Tiffany's is
Yeah, he's just as sweet. Okay. Ugh, yeah. Alicia's having a realization. Oh no, I don't mind Josie so much. I know her book now. She got sick for
yes,
yes, projecting
that's
resonance. Yep.
her.
That's exactly who she is. The interconnectedness is I know, right? It's like all these different parts and like moving things and
My
it's
book's
crazy.
funny. We're definitely going to need to write. We need to write this down soon because once we get to the end, we're going to be like, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, we already are like not
It's true.
addressing any of the guys' names because it's like
Oh,
we can't throw that
do
into the
not
mix.
ask me the aliens' names except for like the ones that I really like Ihako.
Yeah.
Like I'll
Yeah.
remember
Hey,
that one,
Hako.
but do not ask me the aliens' names.
No,
I don't.
exactly. Okay, in that case, we got to the end of the comments for the moment. If more come in, being delayed, we'll cover them next time, but we'll go into another 60 minutes. And yeah, happy reading, productivity, or a nap. Kiana, if you want to take a nap this time, that's totally fine. We support it. See everybody in an hour. Hello, everybody. Hello, Brittany. How did everybody do? Where are you, Brittany?
I'm at 40%.
Okay, I'm at 45.
Okay,
So
I did some catching up in that sprint. I was like, I need to catch up.
yeah.
Perfect.
What are you thinking so far? How are you feeling?
It was funny because literally we got right off, like we went right into reading, and she had kind of had the realization that maybe she was not being very kind or understanding. And I was like, oh, maybe I just hadn't read far enough, but then it's still happening. So
yeah, like it feels like every 10% she's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be doing the things I'm doing. It's like, but you keep having that same realization. Maybe you both should just communicate a little bit more, because they keep doing things like without the other person really and it's like just talk to each other. Yeah.
She does have the realization a lot. It's kind of like, it's me, I'm the problem. And then she forgets that she's the problem. And then later it'll be like, oh, I'm the problem. And then forgets that and it's very cyclical.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
oh, if I'm liking this one as much, I'm not hating it, but I think it will be better. Because I think they're going to another location. And I'm hoping that we will have better communication at this other location. Because I will say, miscommunication is one of my least. Although I don't feel like this is necessarily miscommunication. That would
It's
be
just
not correct.
like lack of, like, I think they're both internalizing and struggling with things, and they're just not saying it aloud to each other, you
Yeah,
know?
and
They're
I
aware
feel
that
like
the other person's
this.
hurting, but they don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah, and I feel like there's just a huge lack of not even just communication, like you said, but there's totally that, but a lack of understanding of each other as well. Um,
Mhm.
and understanding where each of them are coming from, and not even really
Yeah.
trying to understand where the other one's coming from necessarily.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah. And yeah, the thing is I do like the guy. I like the
me
guy.
too.
I'm feeling really badly for him. Yeah, yeah.
Me
I'm
too.
like, "Oh my god." He's like, "I don't know what's going on, and I'm not thinking of these things." He's like, "I don't know how to change a diaper." And she's like, "Well, you've done it a million times." Just those kind
Yes,
of
but
things.
he
And he's like, "I
doesn't
don't have
remember the
a memory."
last 3 years of his life, and it's not like
Yeah.
he's doing it on purpose.
Exactly. Like he's like, I don't know. There's this one moment that I will say, that she has this realization, and it's a bit delayed, and I was wondering this as well. And I don't think it's a spoiler, because you've gotten to this part, but they get together,
Yes.
they get down to business.
Yes.
And her reaction, of course, is extremely emotional. There's a lot of things
Mhm.
going on, so like it's totally understandable. But what's interesting is later on she's kind of reflecting on it and being like, oh, when he and I resonated for each other, he was a virgin. And so she realizes that he's just relived his virginity and
Mhm.
there when they were together, and like how disastrous it ended. Like what he's thinking about, and it's like,
Mhm.
oh my gosh. Yeah, so they're like rewriting memories, and I'm sure like originally their memory was really great, but now his first memory with her, it's like, oh, it's like, I will say that's kind of weird to think about.
Well, but I actually, and that's a really good point, because I
Yeah.
read that and I totally agree with your point. But one thing that is hit home for me a little bit was that I feel like because they've been together for 2-ish years at this point.
Yes.
So
Mhm.
I'm wondering if she's kind of with rose-colored glasses, looking back
Mm.
on memories a little bit slightly tainted, because they resonated almost immediately, which means they hooked up without knowing each other. They didn't have a
Mhm.
relationship. They had nothing. They didn't have any even really like feelings for each other when they
Yeah, like no
resonated.
memories before it.
And we've
Yeah.
seen instant resonant people in the past books,
Mhm.
and they certainly don't even necessarily like each other
Yeah. Mhm,
when they
mhm.
first resonate. So to be like, oh, we had this beautiful first time, I don't know if that would actually be
Mm,
um,
mhm.
necessarily accurate with the way they resonated, because it was such
Yeah.
an instantaneous thing.
Mhm, and kind of letting the Quee do the talking,
Right.
as far as
Let
I think
we
you're right, this idea of a happily ever after, but
Right.
them not really know, they're just saying that because, they're like, oh, yay, all this, like, things are happening the way they're supposed to. But it's like, but have you gotten to know each other as people? Do you
Mhm.
understand? Yeah, especially because a few of the moments that she's like being like, oh, I wish he would do this again. It's like, yeah, they were kind of inside jokes, but they were also kind of hollow. Like, they didn't really mean much. Like the
Very.
jokes were, oh, no tail. And it's like, okay, well, that doesn't, there's not much meaning to that. So I think you might be onto something. That's interesting. We'll see if that progresses. Like if she has that realization and if he does too.
Mhm.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Um, let's see here. A few comments came in right when we left. So Kiana was mentioning something really fascinating. So at first, I was worried that they were fetishizing Tiffany because she's the only Black character, which honestly, there is definitely that worry. And like, I agree that that wasn't the case. But yeah, like there's like that. I was also, you're always a bit hesitant when you recognize that it's like there's one person different from the other. And so her being a Black character, we also had a character with like the physical disability, not being able to hear. And then
I
of
think
course,
we were also both really nervous about that with Lila, that they were going to magically heal her deafness because we had kind of
yeah.
seen that in the past. And I
Mhm,
remember us
mhm.
being like, is this where we're going?
Yeah, like this is like extremely like crossing a line
Yep.
about, living with disabilities and yeah, like curing someone kind of thing. Yeah, yeah, and so I hopefully and honestly, yeah, like Kiana, let me know and
Yes,
Brittany and if you actually do think that's the case because sometimes like a lot of times the issue is because you don't identify with a character,
absolutely.
you're not really sure, and I would love to know if
Mhm.
that was your conclusion because that would be really important. Um, so that's a great point. Brittany, he's one of my favorites too. Yeah, yeah, he's great.
Taco is king.
Yeah, Hako's the best, and Tiffany's guy. They're both the best. They're great.
Mhm.
So Bree got her fall reset video done and one other video filmed, but my mouth started hurting, of course, because you did so much talking. So I'm leaving my TBR for tomorrow morning. Yeah, smart, smart, relax, rest your voice if you can. Especially because sometimes you're like smiling because you're enjoying, you're having fun, and you're like, I've been smiling for like 20 minutes straight talking about these books, which is great, but also very tiring. Got to 43% and are eating some mac and cheese. So you're right with us, Tita. You're right with us. Let us know what you're thinking as well, because I feel like sometimes our views, we've been pretty like on par with each other, but Tina has been kind of like sometimes agreeing with us, sometimes not. Like whatever Brittany's thinking, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna think the same thing. But with Tina, it's been kind of unsure, which is just shows the greatness of the series.
Especially with like not necessarily dark romance, but yes, dark romance because we kind of agree on all the Emily McIntyre books too.
Mhm.
Um,
Yes.
we tend to really agree in that space of like what we think
Mhm.
on books. Which if you don't like it, I'm like, no.
Yeah, like, I shouldn't even really try it. Like, what am I doing? So Maggie also ate dinner, lovely, which I was hyper fixated. So that is a win. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, it's always kind of nice when, especially when you do you have a hyper fixated meal because it's like exactly what you're craving, and then you just know what you're gonna go to. Finished Lightning Thief. Think Dark Corners is going to be my next read. Ooh, nice. Switching up what I'm assuming is going to be to like maybe a thriller or a horror.
It is the sequel to The Night Swim by Megan Golden.
Oh, yeah, total different tone. Very cool. Like, yeah, that sounds perfect, especially again for the season. 206 to 289, chugging away, Kelly. Very nice. 41 pages into Kingdom of the Wicked. Didn't realize it's set in the 1800s. Yeah, that's actually interesting.
I don't
I
think I did either.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I haven't read it, and I don't know, like I've realized that sometimes when I'm reading historical fiction, it's typically doesn't go far beyond like the late 19th century, so like Victorian era or up, so the 1900s. But yeah, like, are you enjoying it, Madeline, or are you kind of like because you weren't expecting it, you're feeling a bit off? Because sometimes if that surprises you, you're just not feeling the time period. 74 pages read in what the hex. Nice. I
Love
hope you're liking it. Yeah, the title is so fun. I've been here all day without reading. I'm determined to start a new book next sprint. You know what, Hillary? That's okay. If you don't end up starting a book next
That's
sprint,
really fun.
Yeah, that's fine. You obviously needed the day to not read. That's fine. And her mother-in-law is kind of justifying her being not understanding. Yeah, actually, Tina, I'm glad you brought up that scene because I forgot about it. And that was weird the way that the
Yeah.
mother-in-law was speaking to her son about what he needs to do. And I was like, but it's a two-way street. Like I'm not saying that he's been perfect because he needs to work on things too. But the idea that it's only one person in the relationship's like fault, like that they're not trying hard. It's like they're both trying. They're just not meshing well with how their solutions are.
Yeah, I feel like it's very much putting the ownership on the injured person, and I don't know if I
Yes.
really, really like
That is what a way to put that. Exactly.
I have every time it comes around, and I'm just like, it's not like he's doing these things on purpose. He's not being neglectful on purpose. He's not
Mhm.
forgetting them on purpose. He's not like someone who's turned his back on his family. If anything, he's trying very hard. And,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
it's just like um it was an accident that he had, and a very horrific one, really, that we just saw in the
Mhm.
book. And I feel like they're really putting the ownership on him, and I'm just like,
Mhm. Exactly. Especially because when he went to the healer was like, "You realize how injured you were, right?" She was like,
right.
"You almost died. Like you're lucky that you only lost your memory." And it's like she's the only one who's talking sense. No
Mhm.
one else I feel like is recognizing how
I
like
agree.
significant it is that he's actually like as solid as he is, but
Right.
very weird. Um, Answered another test, and now I'm free to read. Yay, Kaylin! Woohoo!
Mhm.
Congratulations. I'm sure it's such a relief. Yeah. It's really adorable and fun, but I don't think I'm going to continue with the series after this. Oh, interesting. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
honestly, especially if you've kind of been waiting on this moment, and then when you get
Yeah.
back into it and you're realizing, yeah, like maybe you were right the first time.
Mhm.
You did what you did, as far as like what you could do, trying it again. And it's like, well, now that makes sense.
Mhm.
Also, you're probably a very different reader from when first were reading these books. So that's interesting. It'll get better. Okay. Okay. I
I
feel like,
kind of feel like now that they're going to the place, that's gonna help a
yeah,
lot.
there's a lot of distractions, a lot of like, I think a lot of stimuli was thrown around. So,
And there is
yeah.
a lot of people kind of talking in both their ears with
Hmm.
a not necessarily the best of advice for anybody. Like, nobody is giving, like you said, other than the healer, I feel like the advice from all
Yeah.
sides is kind of very not the best.
Yeah. And also, like, yeah, neither of them have really sat down and had a conversation to get to know each other. Like every time they learn a little detail about each other, like, oh, I didn't know that this person did that. It's like because you don't have a memory, and you also haven't had a conversation to tell him these things. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Mainly because I don't read romance anymore. Yeah, that's what I figured, and I don't want to mess with a series I loved when I was younger.
Totally fair.
Honestly, yeah. That's why a lot of people don't reread as well because they're like, I don't want to reread a book I gave 5 stars. And what if I don't feel that way anymore? I've kind of destroyed that memory.
Yeah.
Um, yep. Jen also ate dinner and cuddled with my kitten. Oh, lovely. So cute. I'm back. Woohoo. Welcome back. Had to cook and eat. See, this is the time. Everybody has to eat. That's
Mhm.
good.
We always
Feeding
have
their
a
bodies.
food sprint.
Yeah, that was our food sprint. Ready to read again. Woohoo! Kiana read about 10 pages. Lovely. I hope that they were enjoyable. Got back to this book. I am enjoying it, hoping to finish it in the next sprint.
Yay.
Woohoo! Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I had dental surgery on Tuesday. Oh my god, I didn't even realize that. Meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, talking a lot. So I think I overdid it a little today. I was feeling fine, but went too far. Yeah, that
Mhm.
makes sense. Especially with like I feel like we know our mouths tend to heal quickly, but that doesn't mean that like it's if it's a surgery, that's still going to be
Mhm.
pretty
There's
severe,
still
and you're not
trauma,
going to.
yeah.
Yeah. I also bought 4 new books. Yay! She Who Became the Sun. Oh, and He Who Drowned the World. Is that like a
I believe that's the sequel.
duology?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I love that like parallel. Okay, Encyclopedia Fairies, very nice. I
Yes.
mean, everybody's saying they loved it, so like that makes sense. And the Once and Future Witches. Ah, cool, perfect for the season. I love witchy books being thrown about. I actually didn't think they were fetishizing Tiffany. Okay, great. I feel like she was attractive because she knew to do so much. She was also not paying attention to them. She wasn't interested in them. She was mysterious more so than any. Yeah, that's actually uh, where like their attraction was being focused elsewhere. Like her skin color was an additional quality that was mentioned, but like a lot of times all of their skin colors are mentioned, or
Yeah.
like the smoothness of their skin. That's just like a thing that romances do. But you're right. It was kind of like her aloofness, that she was like really efficient. And yeah, and especially with this whole type of society, they're like, oh, a good mate who's like efficient and can get stuff done.
And by that point, there was very few females left and a lot of men to fight over them. Like there
Yeah,
was like,
yeah.
I think it was just Tiffany and Josie left at that point.
Yeah, and I like on it like yeah, and I love how it's like it tends to mostly be like they're like we just want to resonate with anyone. They're like we
I,
don't care, which is kind of like
I
fine.
mean,
Like
that was
you
how
take it as it
Josie
is, but
took
at least
it
you're not
until
just
she resonated,
generalizing.
and then she took it another way. But Josie was like, I'll just walk by all the men and just hope to resonate with
Yeah, she's like
anybody.
yes, like strut my stuff. Yeah, it's like all
And
right.
then that backfired on her, apparently. I was that I will never get over
Yeah.
that one. That one was just the one that was I was like, man.
She went from sunshine to grumpy. That's not a grumpy sunshine. That's her
She was
character. Yeah. That's what it is. It's a new trope that was unlocked apparently on that
yeah.
one. Yeah, I'm glad that you didn't think that Tiffany was being fetishized because yeah, like it I don't know. I not that like because we don't identify with that, we shouldn't notice it, but it's I'm glad that we didn't miss that anyway. I'm just realizing this now. Maybe the reason everyone is putting the ownership on him is because he's a man. I suppose it could be like this kind of archaic gender role situation where like
Good.
he's expected to be the breadwinner and other things. I also wonder if it's just like they've grown used to Stacy not really being an efficient character compared to some of the other women. So like she needs a bit more coddling. She needs a bit more kind of like, that kind of thing. It was the same issue in last time, where like the difference between Lila and Maddie. So Lila and Maddie, when that love interest, why can't I remember his name? We just had him.
When we just had
Yeah.
Hassan.
Hassan, yes. So Hassan thought he wanted Lila. She was this kind of like fragile person, which honestly is fine. But he realized that that's not the type of woman he wants. Then he was interested in Maddie and was like, oh no, this is the type of person I need. Like, I need someone who can work with me, that I don't need to just maybe feel like I'm protecting all the time. So, like, I think Stacy is probably just a bit more relatable to Lila, even though Lila's shown her kind of efficiency elsewhere as well. But,
Lila's grown a lot as a character
yeah.
through the books,
Mhm.
like from where she was at the beginning to where she is now, taking them
Mhm.
off to like find that garden and stuff and kind of being in charge of that.
Mhm.
Like she's had probably one of the biggest growths of any character in the books,
Mhm.
I would say at that point.
Yeah, especially because he started at such a place of vulnerability.
Mhm.
So yeah, for sure.
Not even being able to communicate with anyone and like
Mhm. Yeah.
this is
What pissed me off the most was that she was black and the girl on the cover was
Mhm.
absolutely not. Oh, and you know what? It's like the old cover, right? Which is
Yeah.
super like that's so weird. How could they have missed that because obviously because you know what the cover I immediately thought of was the new one, which they have done appropriately. So that's weird. Yeah. I didn't even yeah, that is kind of weird. And I feel like that's off-putting because then you're like, wait, is this person like
Right. Yeah.
yeah, like what's going on there?
Almost like did the person who picked the cover read the book?
Yeah, like clearly, yeah, they didn't read the book. They didn't consult with the author.
Clearly.
Yeah, so that's a good point. I didn't even think about that as far as like because the audiobooks and they haven't even corrected it. Like you think by now they would have at least just like replaced the art with like the new art and like so then you
I am actually
why are
surprised they haven't replaced the art with the new art.
Yeah, because at least all of the audiobooks still are like the old covers. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, I know that the entire series isn't done in that art yet, but it's like at least in the newest ones in the series, you should just replace it.
Mhm.
Yeah, because like this, yeah, it's just very weird.
Yes.
I like it so far, being that like the action just started. Okay, I don't think the time period is going to matter because I think the witch girl ends up going to actual hell. Okay, yeah, and let's be honest, hell is timeless. Am I right? So all right, cool. Is because in their culture, it's a man's job to provide for his family completely. Yeah, and I think that's like the issue that I had in the first sprint was the idea of how they all were like giving distance, being like, oh, don't want to like step on his, kind of territorial, his mate because he resonated with her. And he didn't want any, like, they didn't want him to get the idea that they were trying to court her or whatever. So yeah, I suppose it could be more of a flaw with like the culture, the society, I guess. So,
But I feel like in past books we have seen the society work together, but it's
yeah,
more like the
supportive.
already mated couples
Mhm, mhm,
because they kind of have the separate caves for the mated and unmated
mhm.
groups. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's kind of odd because like Vector, like they're all there.
Yeah, like what is Vector doing? Why isn't he helping at all? Like what like no none of them, yeah, all the couples could at least be banding together to like avoid the awkwardness of say like the single men doing
Right.
stuff. It's like, yeah, like that makes sense.
Like they've been pretty good about being like Vector's like, okay, you're doing this, you're doing this. Can no one say someone pull Stacy's crap?
Yeah, like can somebody like, some of the women help her out while some of the men
Right.
like help him out and like then they can come together.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Very
I
weird.
don't know. It's
Mhm.
this book is a little bit odd for me because I feel like we're kind of not necessarily sticking to fully how the society works in some ways.
Yeah. Mhm, mhm.
Because now they're
Yeah.
letting them go off, which I'm glad they're letting them go off, but it's a little bit
Mhm.
kind of backwards from what we already know from
Mhm,
other
mhm.
characters. So I don't know. It's a different one.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's like it's weird because we've been so solid in this world for so
Yes.
long, like that it's not like we are questioning any of the rules, but now
Mhm.
this book is making us question like we thought the society was pretty solid in what was happening. Yeah. Yeah, so the new cover is absolutely beautiful. I agree. It's gorgeous. The old cover was trash. Yes. But the author could have decided not to put the old cover on the book. She was indie. She had all the control.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, then like what the heck is going on with that? Because like one, it's not like the covers were even that like and it's all different women. It's not like it's this, like with the
No,
audiobooks, it's like
it's
one
all
woman
different.
and one
Yeah.
man are all the characters. But here it's like every single woman is different. So if you're hiring different models, then why yeah, that
Mhm.
is yeah, you're bringing up a
Yeah.
really good point. That was like probably on the author and obviously it's been corrected but yeah, it is a question of
Why?
like why, especially because like it's not like she's changed like it's not like between the original publication and the new one she changed the ethnicity or race, right? Like she didn't like the original also had a black character, I'm assuming,
I would assume.
especially with the audiobook being this cover and everything, we're listening to the original. So yeah, like it's not like she kind of pulled a weird, what is it, like the Bridgerton kind of thing where the author's like, I was ambiguous because I wanted the race to be uncertain. It's like, no, you didn't. Like during that time period, everyone's just gonna assume that these people are white. Like that's a
Yeah.
cop out for you to like buddy up with Shonda Rhimes if we're gonna be honest. Like
Mhm.
just admit it, Shonda Rhimes provided a far more like diverse and lovely kind of rendition of your kind of problematic series. But anyway, yeah, I'm glad that Elise's brought that up because yeah, being indie, the author had all the control.
Absolutely.
That's really weird. My current top favorite books. There's a mix of contemporary fantasy, folklore, and spookiness. YA and adult. The oldest are 2012 books to recently published. I'm with Ro as far as like reading a lot more kind of recent books this year. Like majority of my books have actually been 2023 releases because of like Nekele arcs and other things.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Honestly, I have no idea.
Mhm. Yeah, I literally like in my bullet journal, I have a spread where I document the years so I
Oh,
can
that's
see what it looks
yeah.
like. So that's also why I know this.
No,
Yeah,
I have
because I
no
like
idea.
track it every day.
Not
Yeah.
a clue.
Some are more commercially successful and others less so. Many are queer, no surprise, definitely no
Right?
surprise. That is awesome. Wonders of the Invisible World by Christopher Barzak. The Night Circus by Aaron Morgenstern. If anyone in the comments, if they love like purple prose, like really beautiful, lovely, like heavily descriptive kind of like details in that sense, that book is definitely for you. If you're not super into action, if you're super into action and you need like a fast-paced kind of thing, that might not be for everyone. That's kind of the gist I've gotten from that one. But Monstrous Beauty by Elizabeth Fama. Dark Hearts by James L. Sutter. The City Beautiful by Aidan Palladorus. And then Summer Suns by Lee Mandello. Very nice. Oh my gosh, there's more.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna
Boys,
have to add some of these during the timer part. I'm gonna be like,
yeah.
and add.
Introduced by Amal El Motar. So that author's the one that blew up on Twitter, right? The Time War, how to lose the Time War. I'm pretty sure that's the author, whose book like blew up because of book Twitter. But like everybody, correct me if I'm wrong. Darker Still, Magic Most Foul, #1 by Leanna, very close to Leandra. Renee Heber. When the Sea is Rising Red by Kat Hellison, and The Dark Tide by Alicia Jasinska. Oh my gosh. And also just like with the last names, I'm seeing maybe like a couple translations, but maybe I'm just assuming that. Like with Jasinska, that's kind of a cool name. Cool. Oh my gosh, Ro. Like honestly, now nobody has to look any further for recommendations if anyone's looking for something.
So true.
I'm so sorry, I missed the question. Oh, I think we were just talking about like recommendations, like top reads that we really enjoy. So a few people were kind of throwing out different titles, and then like Ro, who's a boss, just was like, "Listen, this is my job." At least on BookTube during sprints, that we designate to Ro for sure. Yeah. So in that case, I think we'll go for another hour, just so we can kind of get through. I'm assuming maybe it depends. We might, like with life and everything, we might have to do 3 sprints, like total. Like, so we'll do an hour, another hour, and then we'll see how much further we each need to go in our book.
Just had to do that on mine too. We did like 4 full sprints and then like a weird, what do we still need to do? Because Brittany got behind. Right?
Because life, you know.
Parenting, it's fine.
Parenting, you know, the life, of course. Why make it easy? You know, it can't be. What's the fun in that? Depends on vibe, but I loved both Hello Stranger and Red, White, and Royal Blue recently. What I'm wondering, Maggie, we'll go into a sprint and then you can respond after this, depending on what's going on. But were you inspired by the movie coming out? Did you read it after the movie? Or was it a movie, TV show?
It's a movie on Prime. So it wasn't like, it was like a made for TV. Well, not TV,
yeah.
made for Prime movie. I don't know. However you say about streaming purposes. Made for streaming.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, because I read it a few years ago, and now because the movie came out, people have kind of wondered, you know, like you've been inspired by that way, or it's already been on your kind of to-do list. The original written work was a Black character. I read the series when it first released and stopped, then picked it up a year or two later and binged the whole thing. The German cover is beautiful.
Now I got to look at the German cover. Clearly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I'm definitely like not envisioning that because I haven't seen that before. But okay, cool. Yeah, then like it honestly kind of surprises me that it hasn't been brought up more. I'll admit that I didn't really notice it until you brought it up, but it's like, how can no one be thinking about that? Like the weird kind of anyway. Yeah, I read it after the movie. It was actually a really solid adaptation. I think the book is only a little titch stronger, but both actually have their strengths. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, like there have been some kind of negative views of the movie, but I think if you just go in for having fun, you know, just like having a good time, having fun, a bit of silliness, then like yeah, like just enjoy it. So, okay, so let me get us ready for another sprint. If anyone has comments that come in after this point, like we'll cover them when we get back. But happy reading, everybody. Hello, everybody. How did everybody go? I saw there was quite a conversation going on in the comments, and we'll get to that in a moment. But where are you at, Brittany? I'm at 70%.
I'm at 67.
Okay. Oh my gosh, you're getting ever closer.
We're very close. I sent you an Instagram message about halfway through because I have a suspicion, but I definitely can't say it live because it could be a spoiler. But I have a bit of a suspicion about our main female character, just with comments that have been made.
Yeah, that's interesting. We'll have to talk about more. We'll talk about it more. But yeah, that's quite, that would make sense. There was an inkling, like at one moment where I was wondering the same thing. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I suppose it's better, like the two characters and how they're interacting with each other.
It's
but
definitely better.
Yeah. The only thing I'm having an issue with is sometimes he surprises her, and I'm like, but like, I know he's not the same as he was, but like one point he like said something like obviously like super overt about like sex or whatever, and she was like, oh, he really like gets right down to it, and it's like, yeah, you've known him. Like, and also don't all of the Sakui men do that? So I was like, why are you acting so surprised? When I'm sure like their sexuality and everything is super open for their culture. So it's like you act like you weren't with him for 2 years. Like, that shouldn't surprise you.
And also we get their origin story.
Oh yeah.
And they met and were happily having some times the very day they met. So like her to be like, oh, he's so well, honey.
Like, are you surprised? Why are you
on
surprised?
an alien planet and immediately started to have relations with this man, and you're surprised now?
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. I just feel like they should know each other better, or more so, she should know him better than she's been telling us this entire time. Like, I get that he's getting to know her. This is a new relationship for him, but it's like, yeah, he might not remember you or your memories, but like, he's the same person. He's literally the same person you met 2 years ago. So
yeah, he doesn't have any personality changes with his head injury, because sometimes that is the case with head injuries. They can have personality changes, but from what we've been told in the book, the only thing that he has is a slight amnesia of about a couple of years. He really just doesn't remember the humans. Like, he remembers everything
else. Yeah, like his relationship, it hasn't changed with anyone else, you know. Like, they haven't been like, yeah, he's acting a bit differently, which kind of would make sense, but like Dixon didn't go down that route. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not, I feel like too much has happened where I'm not feeling like, I'm glad that they're working through some stuff in this moment, but I feel like I can't help but keep thinking back to the issues that were in the beginning.
I so agree. I don't know. I feel like this story could have had a really touching, like, coming together and healing through a trauma moment. And we really missed the mark on that.
Yeah, especially because we know that Dixon has done like trauma and serious things well
in the past.
Yeah, like regarding sensitivity, and I feel like, I don't know, there wasn't as much sensitivity to this one. There's just yeah, I just, and I don't mean to like harp on Stacy, but I feel like her character like could have done better. Like, she's not been given the justice that I think their couple would have deserved based on what was going on. So
yeah. I mean, if my partner were to get this injured and I acted this way in real life, that's not appropriate.
Yeah.
Not an appropriate reaction to someone that you love being injured. Like, just, I mean, it might be if like you have tried and worked through it for years and it's still not working, then you have to go, well, maybe there's some differences, and but we're like weeks out.
Yeah, it's just been a few weeks, and then it would make sense if there was in a scenario where his injury was years ago and they've tried, and now they just have to kind of coexist in this society together, her knowing what they had and him never know, then that would be a whole different ball game.
That would be very different.
it's been a week. Like, it's like I don't know, that suggests something bad about if you were back on Earth with your significant other and something horrible happened to them. What would you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't think I would have, she would not be sticking by that person. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you on this one. This is not my favorite of the series by any
Yeah.
means,
Yeah, it'll be
unfortunately.
interesting to see what other people say about it too, because we've kind of been like, yeah, like keeping up with it a bit. Where are we? Well, Leandra, I'm not speaking of myself in the third person, but Leandra, my counterpart, says that it was kind of near midnight, probably around the time we started the sprint for her, which
Oh,
makes sense because, like, if she's like in Europe somewhere,
yeah.
enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, you're probably gone, but good night. Sweet dreams. um, and then, yeah, so Ro was confirming that this author is the one that blew up on like book Twitter. Yeah, which like doesn't happen very often. So that was crazy.
Right.
For some reason, my chat keeps getting eaten. Oh no. Well, I I know that Ro responded to her about this too. It's always weird. It's like you got to like think about the phrasing of things, like how it's been phrased. Then you're like, okay, yeah.
YouTube
Um,
is strange that way.
yeah, but she did leave us with an interesting question. I wanted to ask if you guys also see a movie in your mind while reading. If not, what happens? And of course, Ro, like the most interesting being, says, I see it as a water painting and other times big. Can
Oh,
you imagine? What a beautiful kind of description. I see it as
I
a
mean, that is
water
a
painting.
beautiful description of how you see something. Like I can visualize that with such clarity.
Yeah, yeah. That's a very interesting depiction of it. But yeah, I picture things as well. And I also read, I say every word like in my mind, which I know not all readers do that, but I literally do. And I think that's why I tend to be a slower reader when I'm physically reading because I can't skip words. Like I'm gonna miss things.
I do the
Yeah.
same thing, which is why I think I prefer doing immersion reading to just physically reading once I found
Mhm.
immersion reading and discovered what it was. And
Yeah.
because I do get then every word, because I will do the same thing. I read every word. I'm not one to skip them.
Mhm.
So, same.
Yeah, and I pretty much like say it in my head too. I just basically I'm reading it aloud to myself. I have finally returned from Choreland. Welcome back. I'm glad you made it out of that scary place. Took care of the piggies and the goat. Made blueberry, pumpkin, and apple cinnamon muffins. Oh, those are lovely chores. I'm so jealous. That
Same.
sounds great. Made chicken chili for dinner. Cleaned the kitchen, feed her, shed. Totally. Oh my gosh. At least you have all of this food to keep you company while you put your feet up. Yeah. Oh,
Sometimes
that
it's
sounds
nice to get it all
delicious.
done in one go, though,
Hmm.
versus cooking, like, for multiple days. Like,
Yeah.
that's something that I do for the weekends. Like, I cook every meal during the week, but on
Hmm.
the weekends, I, like, bulk cook for the whole weekend so that I don't have to cook all weekend.
Yeah. And that's smart because then your weekend's actually kind of a break, like a
Well, and
different,
we're usually busiest on the weekends too. So it's like one
Mm-hmm.
thing off your list, like when you're running around doing, whatever kid
Hmm.
activities, or sometimes we have 12 hours of sprints. Who knows what's going on the weekends.
Yeah. But yeah, that I gotta get better at that. Like idea of like food prepping, even if it is like for the weekend. Like I actually like that a lot where sometimes I'm just throwing things together on the weekend because I'm like, oh, it's the weekend. I'm like, well, if I put some thought into it on like Thursday, Friday, I
Mhm.
wouldn't have to like have like weird meals.
Yeah, because
But
that's
yeah.
what we were doing too. It'd be like, okay, now we're eating craft dinner and a sandwich. Like,
Yeah, yeah. Cause you're like, we don't really have time. We won't want to spend the
right.
time. And
Yeah,
it's like, well, this doesn't have to be this way.
exactly.
Yeah. Rose says Wonders of the Invisible World, Polish folklore, immigrant story in the US, blue collar main character, poverty as topic. Got a nice queer romance going on. It's YA, which is interesting. Death as antagonist narrator, very snowy memory magic. Oh my goodness. Honestly, that almost sounds like it would be interesting like to hold off and like read in the winter with a snowy
Mm.
setting,
Oh,
unless it's not that prevalent of a thing. But you put it in all caps, so I'm feeling it sounds like something I would want to do if I'm snowed in. You are not going to believe it that I had just looked carefully at the event flyer and realized we were to bring our masquerade masks. I thought they would have cheap handheld ones for the event. I mean, that would make sense, especially just in case, you know? So we made a mad dash to Joanne's and Michael's to make a gender neutral mask. Oh my gosh, can you believe the chaos? But are we surprised? Are we surprised? All pre-made ones are very femme.
Yeah.
I've always noticed that too. That actually is a true point.
True.
We managed through mask almost done. Oh my gosh, I hope at this point it's done.
I kind of love the DIY masks though. I kind of love that you've done that.
Yeah. And then you know that yours are going to be unique too, because I'm sure like other people might have just like bought pre-made ones as well, whereas you're like going to be like, bam, I know exactly who we are. So the Night Circus needs no introduction. Monstrous Beauty, Nonlinear, Curses, Ghosts, and Vicious Killer Mermaids. That reminds me of when, Brittany, when you were looking for a bunch of mermaid books back like this earlier this year. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Once Upon a Readathon.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Ro has given us all of the books.
I know.
That is lovely. Yeah. So I won't go through them all, but obviously anyone in the comments who's interested, we're going to take pictures of them so that we all can add them to our own list.
I've already taken pictures of this when I came down the stairs back to the computer. I was like, and
can you send it to me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much. Yeah, because I was like, Ro is just doing all the work for us. Thank you so much. Got to 75%, did some cleaning and organizing. Very nice. Had dinner and cake. Oh, lovely. And read the first chapter of Dark Corners. I hope you're enjoying it.
Are you doing that on audio or like both? Are you listening to the audio? Because I got the Arc of Dark Corners and I refused to read it until the audio came out because it's a podcast.
Oh, you told me about this, I think. The idea that it's being a podcast.
Yeah. I still haven't read it, even though the audiobook is now out. So
yeah. But yeah, it would be interesting to know, like, is it actually like done well as far as like taking advantage of that element?
Yeah.
So Maggie started working on my thesis. Oh my gosh, I feel you there. That is not the most fun thing. I somehow don't have the book I need. Oh no, that's very frustrating. Yeah, we're sorry. Australian female author who's published in the Australian. Okay, that one was for The Dark Tide, back up there. I watched Cassidy's vlog and started editing a video. Very nice. At least you're like, because you've done the filming, now you can, it's not as fun, but do the silent task of editing and hopefully everything goes well. Each one of them has my heart in different ways. We love to hear it. That is lovely. The love interest has definitely entered the chat. I am locked in. Nice, Madeline. Oh my gosh, this is the 1800s kind of surprise story. Cool. Oh my gosh. I read the first 2 chapters of Emperor of Ruin by Django Rexler. Really cool. Awesome. Are you enjoying it so far, Hillary? Is Emperor of Ruin, I don't know if you know this, Brittany, but is it a part of a series? Is it?
I believe that it is part of the Ashes in the Sun, maybe.
Okay. So is it
I
like
love how I say that, and I'm like, I think.
I know. I'm like, I never know. Someone was like, Brittany, do you know? Tina has some concerns about how the story is going to end. Yeah, me too, Tina. Me too. Jen read 20 pages and had to do some momming. You got to do the momming. Brittany has to do the momming too sometimes.
That's been my whole day.
Yeah.
Well, not the first half of the day. As soon as the child returns, which is what happens.
Oh my gosh, Tina. She's asking how much we have. So I'm at 70%. You're at 67. Tina, I have 39 minutes left. I'm on 2.5 speed. Oh my gosh, Tina.
You're doing it.
Yeah, then you're going to have to you're going to wait and see our reactions because we are not that far. Christina had dinner and read some more. Still have about 20 pages left. Okay, one more sprint.
I did look that up. I am correct. It's the last book in that series.
Oh my gosh, the last book. Okay, well, best of luck, Hillary. I hope that ends up being worth it.
But I'm assuming it's a trilogy, so.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so it might be the last, or, it's an ongoing series. So Leandra, if you ever do it, 2 videos would be cool. Yeah, I would say all of the books. I would have to do that. Reached 26% in my book. Lovely, Jessica. 233 out of 289 pages. Yeah. Only a few more kind of chill out and possibly. What?
I heard the timer go off and I went to pause it on my end. Like,
oh my gosh, go. I know. You almost
like,
get like this weird reaction. Because you're the managing it for 6 hours. It's gonna become instinctual for you now.
I literally went, oh.
Yeah. And then you're like, wait a second, that's not a kitty. Yeah. I almost did that. It probably would have been worse. I almost went to the kitty because you did Pomodoro Kitty. And I was like, no, I'll switch it up. But you would have had that knee-jerk reaction every time then if I did that.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Since you're saying it's not your favorite, what rating are you at now? I'm thinking from 4 to 4.75. I'll say I'm definitely not there. I'm like, it's hard at the moment. I think I'm maybe at like in I don't know, 3. I might go lower than that if we're gonna be honest. Like at the moment, the highest I would give is a 3. That's where I'm kind of hitting my threshold at the moment. So yeah, we'll see how it ends. If it ends like decently, then a 3. But I'm worried that I might not be that into it.
To be honest, I'm in complete agreement with you, and I'm thinking, is it a 3 or is it a 2? I'm flip-flopping a little bit, and I will decide when I get to the end. But I'm just saying, like, there's books in this series that I've given 3 that I've significantly liked more than
That's so true. It actually is helpful to reflect on the series and be like, well, is it as good as these books? No. Is it as bad as this one? Well, no. Okay, like this is the range we've got. Yeah. Especially when there's so many. I feel like it's almost you have to kind of start comparing. You've got to kind of do it based on that.
Yeah. To differentiate what books in the series you liked versus which ones didn't. And this is down in Harlow territory, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's just frustrating. The main character is really frustrating me, the woman. Yeah, Harlow, and then I'm like, it's near Harlow and Josie more than the other ones I'm giving that I gave 3s that in comparison, I'm like, oh, actually, maybe I really enjoyed those. So yeah. Are you done with sprints today? No, we're not, Christina. We're very close. We're very close. I know. It seems like it's like they got to be done soon, right? It's like soon we are. We promise.
We're both like, no.
Yeah, we're like, listen, girl. Yeah, you're in it with us, and especially because Christina, you've been here for a long time. So if you have to go, understandable. But we're probably gonna go for at least one full 60-minute, and then we might have to go for like a little small 30, like we did on Brittany's.
I wish Libby would tell me.
I know I have to do math.
You might be able to do it in one.
Yeah, because I guess we've got if I did 2.0 like 2 speed, I would get it done. And that's if I don't take any breaks.
I can't guarantee that I'm not going to take any breaks.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, this is me listening to it no matter what happens.
So probably like what we did on my channel where we did like a sneaky little 30 or something.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, because I was like, if we both dedicate to this, it's like, but I can't believe that would happen.
If my child was in bed, I could sign up for that. But it's actually like time to get him ready for bed. So I'm like, there's no way that's gonna happen.
Yeah, like it's like no, okay. Anyways, yeah, no worries. And then we'll get through these last comments, then you can also get to that process too. I make meal plans for the whole week because if not, I want to order out every day. Honestly, that is an issue that I've been having lately. I feel like I just haven't had much energy, like by the time it comes to like dinner time. And so like I haven't been ordering out too much, but in regards to my lifestyle, I feel like I have, and I've been like, I don't want to do this. Yeah. I'm reading it physically. I have a hard time immersion reading. Like I'll be listening, but not really listening. So I absorb nothing. And then I'll forget I need to follow the words with my eyes too. Yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes I do that too. Yeah. Where like, I feel like I can choose not to pay attention to the reading sometimes. And then I'll and then you're like, wait, where was I on the page? Which I guess if you're listening, it still works, but yeah, so you'll have to let everybody know about the audiobook, Brittany. It's going to be on your shoulders.
That's
Yes,
fine.
it's the last in a trilogy. I love all the characters so much, so I'm happy to start it. Yay! Woohoo! That's great. I hope that it's like just so satisfying and ends up being a perfect trilogy for you. Wow. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I know, Tina. Oh my gosh, so sorry. But yeah, it just shows the range of everybody's
I just love
preferences.
that even within the series, we can see like how each book impacts different people and like
Oh,
what we
totally.
resonate with and what maybe I don't resonate with as much. Or, it's just,
Mhm.
it's really interesting because like we were talking earlier, our favorite book was, I think it was
Book
Kiana's
2.
less favorite. Like,
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, like Kiana and I think even maybe Elise said that too.
yeah.
And like yeah, like Tina wasn't I
Mhm.
think as interested in Neva. So yeah, I think it just depends on also which elements are make or break for
Right.
you.
Mhm.
Yeah, which is yeah, it's you don't expect this series to like make people kind of discuss that kind of thing, but it's really cool. But woo, I to finish this book. Oh yeah, okay. So yes. Woohoo! Gonna finish the
We
book
got
Another
you.
Prince. I mean, that makes sense. Y'all are definitely a lot more annoyed,
Yeah.
frustrated by the main character than I am. Yeah. And it's just like it just shows and
Right.
what I'm also recognizing that Brittany mentioned is this kind of realization of going back to back. Would it have made a significant difference in how we felt about this book? Probably not. But I am aware that I think I don't know, not my fuse, because it's not like I'm going to blow up, but I think it's a bit
Mhm.
shorter, especially since we're coming from a book we thoroughly enjoyed.
Yep.
Like, I think that's been the biggest thing, even with the whole Josie after, was it Tiffany thing?
Yeah.
Like, that was really tough when you come from a book you enjoyed so much, immediately jumping back into the series and finding a couple that you're not resonating with. So
Mhm.
yeah, like I feel like I still wouldn't be like, this is a 5-star read for me, but I think it's so easy to compare because we
Yeah.
just finished a book we loved. So,
I kind of feel like that around any 5-star book, though, to be honest. Like, unless the next book
mm-hmm.
is fantastic, I'm a little bit harder on the next book just because
Oh yeah. Yeah, and
I
it's not
just
the
read
author's
something
fault. It's not.
so not
Yeah.
necessarily good, because not necessarily are all 5 stars written fantastically. Like, maybe it was the vibe, or there's lots of reasons for a book to be 5 stars,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't reach that same, level.
Yeah, you can't help. Yeah. Mm-hmm,
Right.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Hello, welcome, Dr. B. I'm pretty sure Dr. B also does a million sprints all the time. So,
Mhm.
like, if anyone's also looking for things that are kind of similar to what the very, rare days that we're having today, yeah, definitely go check out her channel. We're here for all the sprints, whatever y'all are comfortable with. Yay!
Good.
Woohoo! Yeah, thanks everyone for just like sticking with us. Like, this is
We
great.
have had so many people who have been here all day.
Genuinely, like, thank you. You've probably helped us stick with our, like, I don't know, sanity a bit because like we've been seeing you all support us. So thank you. And it seems like everyone's been really productive as well. So
Mm,
that's great.
absolutely.
Don't rush. Sprints have been life-saving as of late. Oh, great. Thank you so much. Honestly, like most of it is due to like how great you all are in conversation with us and you're willing to like add to the conversation and bring up your own thoughts. Like that makes the sprints genuinely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Not reading IPB, totally fine. Most people in the comments aren't. But here to join the sprints and read, ooh, The Hacienda by
I love
Isabel.
how
Mm-hmm.
we both got to that one and went, ooh, at the same time.
Ooh, yeah, we're in sync at this point. We've been together for so long today. Yes. And also that book sounds like perfect again going into the season. So I wonder if that like did that impact your choice of reading it, or were you like, this is on my TBR, I gotta get it done. Thanks for the shout out. I'm off this week. Oh, great. Perfect. Well, you know what? You need a vacation. So I hope you enjoy it, but I'll be updating my sprints spreadsheet. Lovely. Yeah, genuinely. I feel like every time I go on YouTube, I'm like, oh, cool. Dr. B's like
Mhm.
sprinting. Awesome. So yeah, seriously, we have a lot of like kind of hardcore sprinters in the comments for sure. So like, we love it. Wish I could have been here all day, but I had to work. Listen, oh my gosh, you got so much done. You had to do it. I like honestly, you were on your own sprinting schedule. It was a marathon. You weren't even sprinting. Yeah, so don't worry about it. I'm just sad I don't get to enjoy the sweet treats that you made and the chicken chili because that sounds delicious.
It really does.
We have reached the end of the comments. So we'll go into what will likely be our last 1 hour sprint. And then we're going to do another sprint right after that. Oh, this is a book I selected for a video I'm working on. Ooh, leave everybody with a little teaser so we'll know to kind of look up for that video. Very exciting. Okay, so I'll go to a 1 hour sprint. We will see everybody in an hour. Bye. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome back. How did you do, Brittany? Where are you at? We kind of were talking back and forth, so I think we're on the same place.
I'm at 96%. Like, I'm very close to finished.
Oh my gosh, I'm at 93. You surpassed me.
I'm very close to finished. I only have 16 minutes left at normal speed. So,
Yeah.
you know, like 10 minutes left. If
Yeah.
that, probably not even.
Yeah. Nothing. It didn't get better.
We've been texting back and forth so much during that. I'm just like, because a lot of it at this point we can't really say on the sprints because it's spoilers to so many things in the series. But it was like, what is happening?
Yeah, like about the couple in general, it's just like, well, same old, just weird things happening. Like, and I don't know, like there's this one thing that I think we can kind of allude to. Like, what is his name? Pashal. He's been having this weird kind of like tension with like a friend of his. Which is weird because like it's like they're really good friends and suddenly he's like all this weird defensiveness. The friend comes to visit the main character Stacy. She's like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm gonna try and like make him jealous. She's like, you can't flirt with me, right? Like, I'm not interested. And he's like, oh, I know, but he doesn't. And it's like, but aren't you good friends? Like, wouldn't he know that you wouldn't do this to him? Like, I was like, what is with these people? I was like, you all act like you don't know each other. Like, at that point, like, I guess you weren't friends then if he doesn't realize you wouldn't flirt with her. I was like, all right. At that point, I was like, I'm definitely done. These people.
Like, I'm through with these aliens. I am done with them. Yeah.
We've seen too much of Josie somehow in this book as well. She keeps popping up. Unsurprisingly, she's Stacy's best friend. And I'm like, well, there we go. Like, why not?
So much.
Yeah, I was like, okay, this actually tracks. I was like, this makes sense. And at least Ruby Dixon's pairing the people like with like kind of personalities or things together. It's like, yeah, like if people love Josie, if they love Stacy, well, perfect. They're friends. That makes sense. Whereas for us, we don't. Yeah. We're like, oh god, now we got all the people we don't like on the page. Lovely. Yeah, what a funny thing. Such a contrast to like our original experience, how we started this 12 hours ago.
A 5-star book to start the stream. Well, I mean the first 50%.
Our stream collective, yeah.
Yeah. The first 50% was a 5-star book. The second one, I think I only have 10 minutes left, so I can pretty much say like this is a 2-star.
Yeah, this is a 2 for me too. Yeah.
But that's okay. They can't all be winners in a 25 book series. It's just not possible. And like you said, they do write the characters differently, and what resonates with somebody else may not resonate with me, which means there's a book for everybody in this series. It's just this one was not for us.
Yeah, this wasn't for us. Ruby Dixon did not have us in mind when she was writing this.
No.
Yeah. And like to preface too, for those who like haven't been with us for this entire time, most of the books we've had have been 3 or higher. A majority of the books we've read so far. So like a 2, I think it's been like about a third of the time so far. I've
only had one other 2-star.
Yeah, I gave the Josie book a 2-star.
Josie too?
I did, yeah. So like those are the Harlow book, the Josie book, and now this one. Yeah,
I gave Josie 3 because I think I liked the storyline that wasn't Josie. Like if I took
the other stuff going on, and how it pushed the narrative forward.
Right.
Yeah, I could totally appreciate that. Yeah. And Hayden was a really good character. Like I actually really liked him and I was rooting for him just for a different kind of story for him. But
the only other 2-star I've had was Harlow's book. And I like Harlow as a character. This is a bit different. Where I didn't like the story, like the way the story was written for Harlow. I feel like this is really a character. Why I don't like this book is really the characters, which I think this is the first book other than Josie where the characters were my issue with the book.
Yeah. Yeah, and it also just goes to show you too that like every kind of book that we may have personally not connected with, it hasn't been for the same reason. Like it's been kind of different. Like it's not that it's because we don't always like these female characters. It's like Harlow, we've actually really grown to like her. The issue was the storyline itself, the type of romance it was, and
Yeah.
like the situation it kind of put like the uncomfortableness it put us in. And
Yeah.
then with Josie, I think the issue was we also had a different expectation. Like entering it, we had a different trope in mind. We were expecting a different kind of thing, so that just surprised us. And then I think the pushing the plot forward was prioritized before the couples, like what kind of romance they deserved. And then for this one, like I don't know, Stacy was acting weird and it was making everybody else act weird, and I'm like, are we in the same world?
Even
Like
all like the family, the surrounding friends. Like I was like, it's not
Mhm.
just the couple. Like everyone's the advice being given to these people was just like, what?
Yeah. It's like everybody's having an off day. Just go to bed. Like don't talk to anybody.
Everyone's had a traumatic experience in the last book, and they're all
Mhm.
just really struggling finding their footing in this one, I think.
Yeah, genuinely. I was like, I don't know what's happening with this, but anyway, just goofiness. Trying to stay awake, but I'm so tired. Been busy all day cleaning the house and running errands before going out. Dr. B ended up saying good night, which is totally fine. Good night. Sleep well. Well-deserved sleep is lovely. Got to chapter 8 in Dark Corners. Very intriguing so far. Ooh. Is it like just as good as Night Swim? Are you kind of like at the moment feeling that same kind of tension, or is it like, are there different elements? Yeah, I'm interested to know. Well, I finished. It's a 3.5 stars. Oh my gosh, and you dropped. Yeah,
Yeah.
that tracks. Yeah, because also the ending is just weird. Like we haven't finished it yet, but there's just been all these weird small scenes, and I'm like the eggs stuff. I'm like, I don't care about this. I don't care about eggs. That's all I have to say about that. You all can wonder what we're talking about. I'm like, what? Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh Lord. You're both almost at the end. You got this. Yeah, honestly, this is like the thing where we need the support. We need to get through this because this is just crazy. Oh gosh. I have 3 minutes left to edit. You can do it. Oh my
Oh, you got
gosh.
this.
Yeah, that is lovely to know when you're like, okay, 3 minutes. It's gonna take longer than 3 minutes to edit, but it's like
Yeah.
you see the finish line. Christina finished her book. Yay! Yahoo! And that was Emily Wilde, wasn't it? Or was someone else reading that one? I hope you
I
enjoyed
think
it.
Emily Wilde.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. I really hope you liked it because I want to like it. I finished the primer I needed to write for my professor. Lovely in my thesis. And yay, now I can actually read. Yay. Good job, Maggie. Yes, it always feels good when you're like, okay, I'm being responsible. I'm getting the responsible stuff done first. And yeah, now you got the rest of the night to enjoy anything else. I played Monopoly Go pretty much the whole sprint. Honestly, Jen, you're not feeling well. You've already done a bunch of stuff today. Like you enjoy. You've deserved this. That is like mental productivity right there.
We are now going on 12 hours and 15 minutes of sprinting. So like anything that is happening
Yeah.
is fantastic at this point.
Yeah. If your body is still functioning and you're still doing stuff, it's like you're amazing. Like seriously. I'm 80% of the way through The Water Outlaws. All right. I wonder what even genre The Water Outlaws.
I'm gonna look it
Like,
up.
yeah, that's really intriguing. Like I'm immediately like with water, is it like eco fiction or is it like maybe sci-fi or some type of fantasy? But and outlaws, you're thinking like, I don't know, like the Western?
It's fantasy, historical fantasy, and it's queer.
Oh my gosh, all three of those things wrapped up in a bow? That
And the
sounds
cover is
awesome.
beautiful.
Oh, it is. It is beautiful. I've never even heard of that author. Is it S.L. Huang? Is that what it says?
Yep.
Huh. Well, since you're at the 80% mark, obviously you don't have to tell us too much because spoilers, but are you really liking it? Because all of that just sounds really good. I just don't understand. Oh, Tina. I feel like it's trying to fit all of the emotional stuff that she put into book 7 into a shorter story. And that's why I think it's not working. Yeah. So 7 was Lila. And like Lila was going through like emotional kind of trauma and everything. So yeah, this one just didn't hit. Like, unfortunately, like they were going through serious stuff, but the way it was presented to us, I unfortunately just couldn't sympathize with Stacy. Like, I found her annoying when in reality we should be like feeling really badly for her and her like romantic interest, because it's kind of like a second chance romance, right? That's what this would be categorized as.
Yeah, it would, to be some
In like
extent.
a weird way.
Yeah, in an odd way. But yeah, a second chance romance. But I just can't get over how much they're like victim blaming in this book.
Yeah, they're like, this is your fault. You've destroyed everything.
When all he was doing was getting something out of a storage unit.
Yeah, like everything was done to him. Yeah, there was nothing he could have done.
No.
Yeah, it's not like he did something crazy. And it's like, well, yeah, he was being reckless. It's like, no, everybody, like, it was just the luck of the draw. Yeah, just really weird. The last 10 minutes did affect my rating.
Oh no, because I haven't read that yet.
Oh God. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we spoke too soon. Did we speak too soon with 2 stars? Oh God. Okay. Oh, Tina, you're really getting us. Okay. Well, we're gonna find out. I had dinner and finished What the Hex. I just love the witchy rom-coms. They are so fun. Yeah, that's on my kind of to read list this fall if I can get to it. That sounds really good. Did you read it as like a physical book, or did you read it as or listen to it as an audiobook? Because that's one thing I'd be willing to do it as an audiobook, but I don't know if, yeah. So yeah, Alicia, let us know. And I was only thinking of SpongeBob, the episode where Squidward getting handsome face. I don't know. What is that? Is that, I don't know if I even know, like, I know the reference, but I don't know what it's connected to as far as.
I do know the reference, but I don't think I've ever seen the episode, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because I was trying to think of the connection to the book, and I don't know.
Maybe that's the last 10 minutes that we haven't read.
10 minutes? Oh God. Okay. Well, yeah. The end of the book felt very much like that. Okay. So we'll keep out for handsome face SpongeBob vibes. Oh my God. I honestly don't even know what to take with that clue. Like, all right. Like, I guess anything goes at this point. I feel like this book was an afterthought. For example, this was a couple that had instantly resonated, but we don't get their story until books and books later. So it felt off. Yeah, like it felt as though because there was no new people anymore and everybody had resonated, we're like, okay, we got to mix things up. But there was opportunity. Like we could have gotten a really thorough backstory, even like flashbacks, like maybe like recollections, like if he's piecing, like there could have been creative ways for that to happen. And so I agree. I don't think she put that much thought into it based on the execution of it. Cause like we like immediately had these different ideas of how it could have played out. And it's like, yeah.
And I think if you wanted to do this kind of story, you could have done it with a couple we already knew.
Oh my gosh. Yes. And then they have to like kind of come back together, and we already know the backstory. We're already like heart-wrenched because we might have already fallen in love with these characters. That's a great point. Yeah.
Or have given us a book of their love story and then done a part, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
We're missing that. Although I still don't think I would have liked this book the way it was written, even if I would have known the because I have other issues with it. But I do think it would have had a bigger impact if it was somebody that we knew their story.
Yeah, especially because like even if it were say like the Harlow book or the Josie book, something that neither of you, like you or I, were really into, but we would have kind of understood how a character would have felt if their partner suddenly lost those memories. And we could have like, even if we weren't into the couple, we could have been like, okay, like we get, why this should be heart-wrenching for those who especially loved that book, where it's, like there's this disconnect of, okay, we're supposed to suddenly feel like we're into these people. And then it was really quickly brushed aside, the meeting memory. And then she was like, and then I kept telling him other memories because he was asking me. And it's like, okay, well, we don't get those. And it's like, okay, well, here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elise's, you've got a point. And so do you, Brittany. Like that, the whole it being a characters that we already knew would have actually been really helpful.
I think that would have helped it a little bit. It still would have had to been written differently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it couldn't have been an afterthought one then too. Like she would have had to take a lot more care thinking about those characters, I think. I liked Dark Corners more than Night Swim.
That
Hmm.
high praise, Brie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, that'll be very interesting for Brittany to kind of decide if that's like a okay going into it. What do you think? We missed their learning one another. Yeah, we have to believe they were perfect, like they were perfection prior to the earthquake, and after they are so flawed. And like we even, like Brittany, you even created a great idea saying like maybe they're gonna realize that their relationship was like rose color, tinted glasses. That hasn't had, that didn't happen either. So there could have been different avenues that she took with that. Even critiquing the idea of them thinking they were perfection, realizing they weren't. Yeah, like we just had to kind of trust that they were super together. And like that first chapter didn't really give us much personality
No. And
before the
also,
event
they
happened.
didn't really have a love story because they were in instant residence. So like
Yes, instant resonance. Yeah,
it,
no tension.
I don't know. It's just
Yeah.
it's an odd one for me. Anyway.
Agreed. A bit more ominous feeling than Night Swim. Interesting. She continues. We're also going back and forth from Rachel, the podcast, and another character. I like it when there's like multiple kind of, characters and you're trying to follow, piecing their
The first
backstories.
was there?
Mm.
Oh, there might have been. It's been a while since I read the Night
Mm.
Swim.
I know, right? It's like you know what? I know the feelings, I know the vibes, how I felt in that moment, but certain details, who knows? Yep, Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies, love it. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. That's literally I've got a whole stack of library books, and that was the one I was going to start next, actually. So, oh my gosh, I'm so excited for that. So basically, what I'll be doing next print is watching your faces. Yeah, pretty
Yes.
much. But we are like honestly, I don't even know what our faces are going to end up being. Maybe we'll be in pain. Maybe we'll just be laughing maniacally at this point. Like who even knows? I just had the physical for this one. Okay. So that's interesting. That's good to know because I know that my library has the physical copy of What the Hex. Yeah. So interesting. Alicia, since you said you like witchy rom-coms, Sarah from the Bookish Knitter is hosting a witch romance readathon in October. Very fun. That's so cool. Yeah. I will tell you why I think it reminds me of that episode after you finish it, so I don't spoil anything. Okay, great. Wonderful. Oh, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, for sure. This SpongeBob reference is not a spoiler, but it would spoil you at the specific part of the book you're at. Okay, yeah. So like it's okay that we don't know anything. We'll know when we know, kind of thing. All right. Okay. So should I change the time to about half an hour just to kind of
Yeah, half an hour is good.
something? Okay. Let's see here. Gonna give everybody a look behind the green curtain. Wave. Okay, we will see everybody in 30 minutes. Wish us luck. All right.
Hello.
What the heck? I hope everyone else had a better sprint because this.
I mean, we had a funny one.
Like, I honestly, I'm almost glad and not glad you had the idea of reading the author's note because it made it worse.
The authors, I was like, I wonder what the author's note says at, like, with 2 minutes left on the sprint. So if you see us frantically picking up, I frantically picked up the Kindle.
Yeah, you were like sending me the pictures of it, which I really appreciate.
It didn't help it.
No. And yeah, the ending was just like really uncomfortable. We just had never, there was never a comfortable moment in this book.
No.
Like, just, I mean, there was weird stuff about tails. There was weird stuff about eggs.
They were really obsessed with tails.
Yeah, and just like just uncomfortable, like very, very weird. And then my favorite part is at first I was like, okay, cool, this is gonna, like, I thought that the author's note was gonna say how the author kind of was struggling with this because the beginning says not all books are created equal. Got that right. And then she says, I'm just going to say that right now. It's not that they don't hold a special place in my heart, but some you fight with. And I was like, okay, she's going to admit this was really hard. But then, like, her reasons for why it was hard for her to write this were really silly. I was like, okay, this isn't what, okay. Like, she was kind of insulting. Yeah.
A little bit. I have so many issues, not with, like, I've said them through this whole thing. The victim blaming in this book, like, there's a lot of things that I didn't like, and then the end got a little weird.
Yeah, the end got a little weird, and also, yeah, the audiobook doesn't have it, Tina, so we'll have to send you, maybe we can send it, Brittany, if you could send her the photos too or something.
I'll send you the pictures. It doesn't help it, Tina. I'm gonna
it's not gonna make you, so just prepare yourself. Honestly, I mean, character's favorite food is eggs. It's truly, first of all, her favorite food of all time. It's like when she at one point she was like, oh, I love breakfast. And I was like, honestly, yes, breakfast food is lovely. But then she zeroed in. Why'd you have to narrow it down so much? Like, just to eggs. So
and then it got creepy.
Yeah, then it got really weird. And you know how I was like, I don't mind the male character. He's cool. And I was like, well, that ended things. Great. Just nothing's redeeming. Perfect. I'm glad he heard us and he's like, let me mess this up.
Yeah.
It's fine. During that last scene when he was climbing up the wall, I was okay. So that was this fun. As soon as when I like refreshed, I watched like a little episode kind of bit of of that scene with him, and I was like, oh, she totally means. And you know what? That scene also involved eggs. So what the heck? Like, whatever. I'm so done with all of this. But well, thanks everyone for being here with us from the highs at the beginning of these sprints all the way to the lows.
What are you rating this?
At this point, I honestly
want 1 star.
Yeah, I want to go 1 star because of just how much downhill. Like we didn't even start at a very high place at the beginning. And
I kept waiting for them to like have an arc of redemption.
Yeah, where we were like, okay, we saw them through better lenses.
It went downhill the whole time. And even the smut wasn't good. And we know she can write smut. We've read 8 books of it.
Yeah, like, and I think a part of it is because like we just felt uncomfortable with the characters. So then when they were like the smutty scenes were happening, I was like, I don't want to be here with them. Like, I don't want to be in this room with them.
Like, I don't want it. I don't want it.
Like, it's just really uncomfortable all around. And like the whole thing was just like Ruby Dixon's explanations for why, like, she pretty much was doing a cop-out being like, yeah, I know this is a bad book, which is also weird for her, like, to kind of acknowledge that. And then, like, kind of give these weird reasons when it's like, well, we've had characters who aren't super strong before. So I don't really know why she zeroed in on this one specifically for being, like, a mother. It's like, what are you talking about? Very, like,
that's okay. Not every book has to be a winner. I just think it's funny that we had a 5 star and a 1 star. Like, what in the same series? Like, we've read 2 books in the same series in the same day, and it's just like such polar opposites.
We have seen the spectrum, hopefully, right? Like there can't be a worse book, right? Like we've hit rock bottom, right?
It has to be. It has to be. I think it's interesting. We have now rated at least one book every star rating now. We've hit all the star ratings through Ice Planet Barbarians now.
That's a feat in itself. Good job, Ruby Dixon.
We got them all.
Yeah, we got them all. Oh gosh, that is just, it's crazy. I know that Jen said that she was heading off to bed. Yeah, totally fine. Good night if you're still here. Thank you so much for like being here for like so long. I'm gonna plug in my computer too because it's about to die. Which that would be, you know what? Why not? The last few minutes of these sprints, why
you just
not
leave
have
me
that
here.
happen? Yeah, just like boom, boom, and it's like, yeah. And of course, I gotta unplug one of my lights, but it's fine. Yeah, like that would be the perfect end to this book. I just boom, gone into blackness, and just Brittany has to pick up the pieces. Yeah.
And I think it was even like we are now on hour 13. So like we're also just like laughing so hard because we've also been doing this for 13 hours. So our last brain cells are now just like, woo.
Yeah, we're like, all right, bring it on. Bring on the weirdness. Yeah. At this point, you know, I'm sleep deprived. We're fine.
Like this was the eggs moment. This was the egg.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that because I don't really know if I saw. I'm gonna have to pinpoint which one I thought was the egg moment.
Oh, yeah, it won't be hard to notice.
Okay, because I know, like, even leading up to it, we were like, okay, this is weird. Yeah,
it was after I came back.
Happening. What'd you say?
It was after I came back from running upstairs for a minute.
Oh,
until after that, and that's where.
Okay, I was gonna say because I don't think I saw your face then. Yeah,
I was disturbed. I was wholeheartedly disturbed.
Yeah, for some reason, Ruby Dixon just really wanted to make us like completely uncomfortable in the end. It's fine. Yeah, just noticed that we were texting back and forth, which was very fun. All I did that sprint was eat one of each kind of muffin. Lovely, as I was putting them away. Ah, yes. You know what? It's the baking tax. You made them. Of course, you've got to eat a few. Make sure that they're still good while you did all the good work. I bet they were delicious. I already can guarantee that they were probably delicious. So Lexi switched back to it while driving home and got to 8%. Oh my gosh, nice. You still have so much to go too, because it's such a big book. So
it is chunky.
I cannot wait to hear. Yeah, well, here we are. These are our thoughts. I honestly, are any of you surprised? We kind of were leading up to this moment the entire 6 hours we were talking about this book.
You are.
Yeah. 85% of the way through this book. Very nice, Maggie. Also, it'd be interesting to see like how our reaction during after the first sprint was. Like, and how mild. We're like, we're still feeling it out. I don't know. And now it's just like, forget these characters. I never want to see them again.
We were just kind of hoping it wasn't what it was. We were just kind of holding out hope that it wasn't going to be what it was. And then we were like, when they went to the new place, I was like, this is where it's going to turn around.
Yeah, and then it didn't. Here we are. Yeah, we are still hopeful that back when we were innocent. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wait, I don't think the author's note was in the yeah, so that's right. So we'll send it to you. That was my bad. I'm like going back to like I was jumping around in comments and I better remember where I am. Yeah. I listened to today's chapter for A Discovery of Witches real-time read-along. Thanks for sprints as always. Sorry they did not end on a great note. That's okay, Alicia. You know what? You being here, everyone else being here, it made it worth it. It was really nice for like you all to be with us. I don't know how I would have felt if I was reading this by myself. So I'm really glad that Brittany was here. I'm really glad that Tina was with us in the comments and that everyone else was just kind of like here for the ride. Spirit. Exactly. Moral support. That's exactly what it was. Yeah, when handsome Squidward gets hit in the face and reverses his handsomeness. Yeah, that's exactly. It's like, oh, well, never mind. Not even the blue alien guy in the end. It's fine. Maybe Stacy tainted him with all her talk of eggs. like, you know what, at this point, maybe that's her superpower. She just makes other people weird too. I got to 20% of The Last Anniversary by Leanne Moriarty, enjoying it. Great. That's awesome. Yeah. I haven't finished my book yet, but the part that I'm at is pretty intense. I have about 1.5 chapters left. Oh my gosh. Yes.
So
I'm trying to remember how it ends. This is the 5th season. Yeah. It ends kind of like, oh, I don't even know if I remember how it ends because the second book just picks off kind of right after it. But yeah, you can do it. You can do it. Oh geez. Yeah, yeah. This is probably the beginning of what we were talking about.
This is when we dropped the 1 star.
Yeah, this is when we were like, yeah, we're gonna be honest. We spoke too soon when we gave it 2 stars. Isn't that insane?
Well, I thought with 10 minutes left of the book, how could I change my mind?
Yeah, but, honestly, you know, it just goes to show you, you know, surprises can happen even in 10 minutes. Just what the heck. I will say this book made me skip the other one she wrote of another couple that resonated immediately too. Interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah. I want you to tell us, but I also don't because we're on this ride. We're just yeah, hopefully book 10 gets us back on track.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I mean, luckily book 8 was good. So
yeah, well, that's the other thing. Book 8
day.
was great. Yeah, so it's just this kind of weird transition that we're kind of going through. And like I think Lila's book before that was fine. I think I gave that 3 stars or something because I liked the characters there. So yeah. Well, yeah, I was reading today. Has shortly been a roller coaster. Yeah. Yep. Pretty much. This explains why my library doesn't have this book. They're like, you know what? We're not even going to give it to the people.
Like,
people don't know it. They don't. Yeah, they don't want this. They think they do. They don't. All the way at the top and all the way at the bottom. Yes. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Book 16. Okay, we'll have to like mentally just prepare
ourselves. When we get there, we'll forget that this was a thing.
I know, unless we know, like, if we have like a bit of a hint of what happens, as far as like, if it's an instant resonating, then we can be like, you know, like there'll just be something in us that reminds us that this might be something to be hesitant about.
This is true.
Yeah, I have read many of her books, and I agree. I have really enjoyed some, and really didn't like others in the same series. Yeah, so it's just like hit or miss, to be honest. And there's some like middle of the road, which is fine too for those who like. It's just crazy. It's really interesting, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I think it's kind of rare to have a series where you have had a 5-star experience, but also a 1-star experience. Thankfully, because we also have gotten so far and we've seen the spectrum, and we've also kind of just agreed that we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. But like, it would be crazy if it was like that's why you kind of start from the beginning too. Like, if anyone ever tries to start at 9, what is happening with you? Who are you? You are crazy.
No, never start at 9.
This is our lesson. Never start at 9. Oh my gosh. Yeah. We started our sprints at 9 today, 9 a.m.
This is true.
So, yeah, something.
I cannot believe that we've been sprinting.
I know. It's 11 for you. We said all day sprints. We meant all day sprints.
All day.
I rated book 15 2 stars. Oh no, so you're saying like 15 and then you skipped 16. So okay, that might be a little patch. That might be a rough patch. It's fine.
Hopefully those aren't paired together.
Yeah, can you imagine? That would just be like, we just have to accept that this is just a garbage. Everyone's in with us. They're here to watch us suffer. It's fine. That would be terrible. Yeah, thank you for being here, Bree. I know, especially like you were dealing with like dental surgery recovery and a bunch of other stuff. So thanks for being here. Yeah, I agree. Elise's book 15 was super unusual. What is going on? Oh no, it's fine. We got a few books to recuperate before we get into that. But
it'll be like middle of next year before we get to book 15.
Honestly, that's so true. Yeah, like the amount of time, because we're doing every other month, it's gonna be a while. I didn't even think about that. Did not really read that sprint, was trying to decide what to read, and our daughters were here for dinner and left. Lovely. Think we are going to continue with Harry Potter too. Nice. Until bedtime. Yeah, Sounds good, especially because you've kind of just been continuing with the series, so that makes sense. Thanks for the sprints. Of course, Christina, thank you for being here and for being here for so long, especially a lot of you. Like, even if you just popped in for like a few things once in a while, thank you guys so much. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for sprints and for convincing me to read this book. I know, like, I don't know. You're welcome. I don't know.
I wish we would have got you back on a better note.
I know. It's kind of like, yeah. Oh gosh, that's so funny. Book 11 because book 8 was so good. It like reeled her back in. But anyway, book 11 made no sense based on what we know this world to be. I didn't like the contradiction. Okay, this is great.
Well, yeah. Hopefully we're not in trouble. Maybe we will like them because we've seen that we don't always agree, all of us as a collective. I mean, you and I pretty much always agree, but
yeah, yeah, we agree, but like even like Lisa has had different views. I think Jean has too. So that's gonna be very interesting. Yeah, thanks for being here, Maggie. You were here for a long time too. So is Jean, of course. I got to go look up book 11. Yeah, you got to go look it up. See if you also agree. Yes, here for moral support for sure. Genuinely. Thanks for being here, Jean. Everyone go get some sleep now. Yes, I agree. Everyone go sleep. Like if it's nighttime, or even if it's not, and you've just been here through this emotional roller coaster, like take a nap. I'm rereading the series in December. This was fun. Thanks for the sprints. Yeah, you're welcome. I don't mean to laugh, but I'm just like, you're welcome. Like this was just chaos.
This is so fun.
Yeah. So Carissa, we're talking about Ice Planet Barbarians, that like sci-fi romance smutty series, and we just finished book 9. So like we're just going for it every other month. That's what these kind of sprints are. Yep. Elise's, thanks for jumping in there. I'm bummed that I missed a good chunk of these sprints. You know, it's okay. You can always rewatch too if you're just relaxing, because we're pretty consistent. Like on Brittany's channel, we did a lot of like 15-minute breaks. We were pretty good about that. With mine, because we were kind of already sprinting for so long, we do go over. Yeah, we kind of needed the talking a bit more.
We didn't really go over much because we're only an hour like later longer. So
That's
like
true.
if you split that up over a bunch of different, we might have went over like 5 or 10 minutes each time. So it wasn't like it much.
That's true. Yeah. So like, you know, you can like start off at Brittany's, see the positive. Maybe that's the thing you should please like actually go see the happy times, because we promised we did enjoy that book.
We did like that book. We gave it 5 stars. We really liked the first.
Yeah, we promised. Like the star rating, it just went from 5 to 1. It was crazy. Book 11 is still good. Revelations are made and found in book 11. There were parts that made no sense, and we can discuss them. Yes. Okay. Yes. We'll put a pin in there.
We will.
Yeah. And thanks for being here, Carissa. Yeah. And I'm so glad that you made a lot of progress with the 5th season. That is awesome. You're so close to the end. All right. We reached the end of the comments. Thank you, everyone, for being here again. This was so fun. We'll make sure to try to organize sprints. So because it's September, we'll probably do our next one in November. Yeah, so keep a lookout for that. We'll make sure to just like keep chatting about it and everything so everyone's aware. But yeah, thanks so much, everybody. I hope you have a lovely night. We're gonna probably each go to bed, and then yeah, we'll see you guys the next time. Okay. Oh my gosh, I almost left the studio. I'm crazy. You all, like, honestly, we're lucky it's ending now. I literally almost just got out of here. I was like, bye, I'm done. Brittany, you go ahead and do whatever you want to do.
This is what 13 hours later, Leandra and Brittany are like, and you're welcome for it.
Seriously. Thank gosh it gives you the option to be like, are you sure? You're like, no, of course I'm not sure. I've been on this platform for 13 hours or something. Okay, we're going to try that one more time. Goodbye, everybody. Good night.